What's up, tricksters and tricksetas, and welcome to another Tier 3 sub VOD review presented by our favorite Radiant coach, Latano Papito. Today, at our coaching table, we have Mueller Light. He is a Silver 1 Clove main playing on Split. So, let's see. Let's start first with the introduction. Let's see who is Mueller Light. So, hello Papito, this is my final chance to see if I can reach my dream rank of Platinum. Shoot for the skies, I know. Listen, in my very long career in this game, as a coach, I've seen some terrible players reach Immortal, let alone Platinum. So, that will be my only comment here. A little information for you. I'm 35 with 4 children. He made the full boosting squad, man. In a few years from now, 5 stack completed. Wife is probably gonna be a coach or something like that. Okay, so 35 with 4, I can instantly pre-assume you don't have that much time to play, Valorant, obviously. What's very important for you is that you efficiently use that free time that you have for playing the game. And I'm gonna teach you how to do that after this VOD review. Basically, I'll tell you exactly, do this, do that, and we're gonna use any free time that you have to get you better at this game. Now, being 35 means nothing, literally, of course, some 45-year-old players that got Immortal. Basically, I still believe in 2025, anyone can get to Immortal. Anyone can be Immortal 3 at least in this game, no matter how older you are, what type of disease you have and stuff like that. And it's a bonus that you have 4 children. They can cheer you up and you can make a squad in a few years from now. This is my first experience of a tactical shooter. Okay. Previous experience in competitive games was mainly Halo, but Valorant is a completely different. Yeah, I mean Halo is much easier than Valorant. Basically, in Halo, I think I got the top rank in less than 50 hours or something like that. But yeah, Valorant is more complex, more abilities, more team play, more this, more that. There's so many different things you need to focus on. Reason why I want to get to Platinum is for the reason that Gold Platinum is normally where my friends get to on the game, and during the hard rank resets I normally get thrown back into Bronze, and my motivation levels to rank up again do start to decrease. I mean, there's nothing to do about that. That's how the game is designed, that's how a game works. Basically, I mean, we cannot change how Valorant is doing the matchmaking and stuff like that. But I mean, Platinum is a pretty easy task for anyone, in my opinion. Your long-term goal should always be just getting better and shooting for the actual stars, which is getting Radiant. For a player like you, with a limited playtime and 35-year-old and a job and all of the other stuff, getting Radiant is shoot for the skies. But just focus on yourself, focus on self-improvement, rank is gonna come along, we're gonna see today what you can do better. I love playing Valorant, however, I'm aware that I'm not the best at this game, and make some dumb decisions. I would like to identify my bad habits in this VOD. Okay, good. Set up a 24-inch 144Hz monitor, sure, fine. As long as you have some 144Hz monitor in Valorant, that's optimal. Essentially, nothing is stopping you. Of course, getting the 540Hz Zowie or 600Hz OLED or some kind of a shit like that is always going to be better and is going to unlock your true skill ceiling. But, if you cannot get Radiant on 144Hz, probably the monitor is not the problem. Sensitivity is 0.4 at 800 dpi. Okay, that's a bit faster, but sure, fine. Mouse, Logitech G703 Lightspeed. That is where we have a bit of a problem. That mouse is, in my opinion, a bit outdated compared to, a lot of other better options that you can get on the market right now. You need to realize that right now, you're using a mouse that is 107 grams. Yes, I mean, like, your wrist is not made out of paper, and you know, holding 107 grams in your hand is not that big of a deal. But for FPS games, like, you know, this is a very niche type of mouse that's not gonna be good for most of the players in this game. And on top of that, like, 107 grams can be a, you know, personally, maybe I became a bit of a pussy throughout the last few years, but I just cannot use a mouse that is above 60 grams, for an example. Like, I can feel the difference in my aim, in my mouse control, in my everything, basically. Also, I need to use, you know, with this mouse, you do need to use a bit higher sensitivity because of the weight balance and higher weight as well. So what I would kind of recommend you is maybe look into some other different options. Now, I don't know what to recommend you. You know, I don't know your grip style. I don't know you as a player that much to give you some recommendation. Maybe you can go onto this website. It's called, like, eloshapes.com, and maybe you can find, you know, something similar to G703, but something that is better. Like, it seems that, I mean, this pulsar, this pulsar seems quite identical, X3 to the G703, and personally I use the pulsar X3, and it is actually decent. It's not that bad, but once again, it's a very niche type of ergo shape and mouse. So, you know, experiment a bit, see, you know, search on the internet, like, some of the specs, some of the things that you're looking into the mouse. Like, when you're holding the G703, you know, try to analyze, like, where your hand is touching the mouse. Like, what are your contact points, like, what, you know, what type of grip style you have, what other specs you're looking into the mouse except just, you know, weight and size. So you can play with this website a bit. You can go into the YouTube as well, and just see, like, if there's anything. Like, this Terra, like, is literally identical. Like, what the fuck? Maybe it doesn't have the identical curve on the left, but yeah. That would be my recommendation, simply because G703 is really outdated, and it's just too heavy. Like, I mean, you're literally holding a brick in your hands instead of a pencil. Like, basically, you know, a mouse should work for you, or a mouse should work with you, and you know, you should not be the one working for your mouse. You get me there. Okay. Keyboard basic, I mean, as long as it's mechanical, like, you're fine. I don't normally play smokes, however, in previous sects when I have had to fill, I have success playing smokes. Okay, I normally main Fade and have played duelists before, but if I'm being honest, I've never known which agents would be most beneficial for me. Now, you know, for a player like you have one specific problem that we need to tackle later. Like, you're just not playing Valorant enough so that I can actually recommend you to play some agents that require high playtime. Like, I mean, for a player like you that has a limited playtime and that cannot play consistently, you know, like 2-3 ranked games per day, and invests his free time to actually seriously take this game, I would, you know, for example, Omen is out of question. Neon, definitely. Astra, big no-no. You know, let's eliminate right now the agents that I will not recommend you. Then Deadlock, nope. Fade, nope. Harbor, definitely not. KO, nope. Killjoy, no reason to do that shit to yourself. Raze, maybe, I don't know, like, we'll see. Sage, nope. Sky, nope. Sova, nope. Tejo, nope. Vito, no. Viper, no. Vise, no. Vele, definitely no. You're okay. So this is a big no-no list for you, considering like your current rank, and considering, you know, how much time you're investing in the game, every single act. Now, every other agent can be some kind of a consideration, depending on what we see during this VOD review. You know, all of these characters here are the agents that we can maybe consider based on your skill sets, based on like where do you excel as a player. Like for example, Clove is a decent pick for a player like you. I mean, controller role is a very important role in Valorant. I mean, the most important one in ranked solo queue. And I mean, if you enjoy playing smokers, sure, why not? Like, we'll see. We'll see in the VOD review. You know what you know where the VOD is gonna lead us. I had previous coaching experience and my peak from this was gold too. However, I felt the coach was not helping me fix the bad habits, but instead increasing them, as they advised me only to play Reyna. This was not an enjoyable experience. Like, the problem is like you have a limited playtime to do everything. And Reyna is really an agent for players that are just mechanically gifted. You know, like basically, you play Reyna only if you are smurfing basically in your lobbies. Now, what I mean by that, like, you play Reyna when you know that you can win at least 8 out of 10 50-50 gunfights that you take. 7 or 8. So, basically, if that is not the case, fuck the Reyna. You know? For example, which agent I would recommend if you wanna get better mechanically or just work on the mechanics and stuff like that. But in the same time, agents that will give you much higher chances of solo carrying if you're not a mechanical demon. Like, I would go with Clove, I would go with Chamber, I would go with ISO, I would go with Jet and Phoenix. Like, you know, fuck it. Like, all 5 of these agents are 10 times better choice than Reyna in ranked solo queue. They have much higher, like, versatility, adaptiveness, much higher skill ceilings, but in the same time the solutions as well to what they can do. Like, for example, ISO is just a 40% better version of Reyna for rank grind, and for the players that want to focus on improving in raw mechanics, crosshair placement, and all of that other shit. You have a shield. You have a debuff ability. You have a wall to take space. You have the ultimate that a lot of the times you don't even need to win the fight in that ultimate. You can make some kind of a use out of it for your team. So that would be my final opinion there. But I first want to see your VOD, and then I'm gonna tell you like what I think you should main and what I think you should actually play. Now, okay. When you look at my tracker, you will see that I have not played much the previous 2 acts. This is due to family and health reasons. However, I'm looking at giving this a good go to try and get my dream rank. Okay. You know, my recommendation always to every single player in Valorant, like, if you want to be consistent, if you want to see consistent improvements, if you want to see consistent gradual ranking up in this game, everything needs to be consistent for you. You know, not only mechanics, not only the knowledge, but literally everything. Like how you invest your time, how many games do you play, what do you do before and after your games. Like, that's how you become a consistent player. Not by using a deathmatch 24/7 or just spamming 20 matches per day. Like, you know, the minimal optimal amount of games that every single player should play in Valorant to even consider being consistent in this game is 3 per day, every single day. You combine that with some kind of a warm-up, some kind of an aim training, some kind of an external training as well, and that is how you become consistent. So yeah, like you cannot. I mean, with your playtime and your limits, we cannot really expect from you to become super consistent or to rank up, mega fast. But you can probably do something better and start grinding Valorant in a bit more efficient way that is suitable to your playtime and your limitations. Like, there's a solution for everything, Maybe you won't be able to reach Immortal or Radiant in a year, but we can make the grind far more enjoyable, easier, efficient, and gradual. Now, Jesus Christ, on average I can do about 12 games a week. Enough. It's okay. That is also fine. That is also fine. And if the gods are with me, I can get to 2-3 games a day depending on family. Okay. I believe my strengths are my aim. Your strengths are your aim in Silver 1. Okay. However, this has seemed to decrease a lot recently, and I cannot get into a flow state as much as I used to. Okay. I think everything else in this game is my weakness, and I don't know the best course of action to be able to make good steps in progress in this game. Okay, listen here. Let's censor this shit. Basically, actually, let's first see the VOD. We're gonna check the VOD first. I'm gonna keep this in mind. I want to be able to get to the point in which I feel comfortable in my ability to be able to play the proper way. Okay. You will notice on my tracker review, I have done a few 5-stacks in my previous acts. This was with friends. However, we realized quickly that this was a bad idea. I'm sticking to solo duo from now on. I mean, listen. Like, I have nothing against 5-stacking. Like, the problem with 5-stack... I mean, I have some problems with it. When you 5-stack, there is a bigger chance that you might get against some smurfs and cheaters in the enemy team. Your progress is probably going to be a bit slower because you will be winning less rank rating and losing less rank rating as well. And, your progress might be hindered a bit. Now, when it comes to, like, 5-stacking and generally playing with the friends, I would recommend you to do that for as long as you can, because that is one of the rare ways how you can make this game enjoyable in a long run. So, I mean, as long as you're not getting boosted, to be honest, and as long as you can keep your own ground and learn something from your friends, that's fine. Fuck it. Like, you can play 5-stacks. Who cares? The game which I have uploaded was a loss at 7 round to 13. I know there was, however, only have, it doesn't matter. It's okay. 7-13 is fine. I look forward to the feedback. P.S. I rage a little in this game, so I apologize for the outburst near the end of the game here. Listen, when it comes to this Scheiße, it is totally fine if you rage at your monitor. Totally fine. But opening a microphone to be toxic towards your teammates should never be an option for you. Like, basically, it is just retarded. Like, or even considering arguing with players that are in a competitive online video game. Like, literally waste of time, waste of breath, and it's just not worth it. Like, the only time when it is worth it to get into some argument is if you're rage baiting them and clip farming, or if, there's some kind of a constructive debate happening in the match. Like, where should we go, what should we do, and why we should do something. Or maybe to keep your teammates in a mental check, so you don't go into asylum together with them. But other than that, like, literally, opening a microphone in Valorant for anything else is just you're just wasting your life for nothing. Like, getting worked up over for mentally disabled person in a video game. Like, literally, it's never worth it. Never. Yo, John Law, welcome, man. How are you today, bro? Okay, so yeah, that would be our friend Mueller Light. We're gonna review his tracker later. He is a peak Goal 2 player. And currently he is sitting in a silver 1 elo. And we have a Clove VOD review. Okay. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be funzis. I mean, just look at this dude. You know? This is an average Valorant player right here. Average Valorant player, like, that got into arguments with other Valorant players. You don't want to get into that position. You know? That's what Valorant does to you. We're starting on the attacker side. My dyslexia ass shivers every time someone reads my sentences out. I'm bronze 3 now. Well, it's okay. It's okay. Like, you'll get better. We'll get better. The original Super Light is a safe shape. And for me, the number 1. I mean, like, my problem with the Super Light is that it's way too safe. Like just the mouse shape is like I'm holding a potato in my hands, and that's the only reason why I don't use it anymore. But it's good, you know, like it's always gonna be one of the top 5 mice that you can get and immediately get used to and perform. Okay, let's get it. So we have Splinteroni. Let's start from the beginning. Like, I really don't care at which skill level you play Valorant. I don't fucking care if you just begin playing the game, if you just begun, if you like, if you're a silver, bronze, whatever. And it doesn't matter which agent you play. But every single player in Valorant, like the first thing that you need to learn, beside the mechanical stuff, is how should you play the maps in Valorant. Like, what is the good, bad, and optimal strategy, setup, positioning, repositioning, defaulting on every single mother effing map. And that is why what I would immediately recommend to you is that one of the things that you can do in your free time, when maybe you cannot play Valorant but you can do something with your free time, is take a look at my agent guides in my playbook. Specifically Jet and Omen guides. Why those guides? Jet guides because those guides are for every single map in Valorant and for every single agent. Like, I just made general guides like how should you play the maps in Valorant, what should you do, and stuff like that. Omen guides, because 50%, 60% of Omen strategies you can replicate with Clove as well. You don't have the shrouded steps, obviously, for other stuff. And of course, like, so you learn, like, you know, what is a good, bad, and optimal smoke setup for every single execute, every single push, every single situation. That can be like a step number 1 for you when it comes to your improvement. Step number 2 is gonna be everything else. So we come to Split. Split on the attacker side, how you should play the map heavily depends on your team composition and enemy team composition. Like, generally on this map, your default site number 1 priority on attack is A, secondary priority B, and third priority mid area of the map. But this heavily changes based on the team comps. Like, for example, like, if enemies on Pearl, on Split, have 1 hardcore sentinel. So what is a hardcore sentinel? Sage, for an example. Sage, Cypher, Killjoy. Then, doing a 5-man push A or a 5-man push B, maybe not the best idea, but 5-man push B is definitely out of any question. Because most Sage players, if they're the solo sentinel, they will either use a wall for the mid area of the map or for the B main area of the map. And they're usually gonna play around this area right here. Now, so that leaves us in this match with only one option, which is a 5-man push onto the A site, which is generally the best option for the first round in ranked solo queue on the attacker side of split. Now, every other scenario I have explained in my playbook. You know, what if enemies have 2 sentinels, 3 sentinels, 0 sentinels and stuff like that. But in this match, because they have a Sage, and considering their overall team composition, like, I will not even touch this area of the map for the first 3 rounds. There's no reason to. We want to keep it simple, especially in silver, bronze, and gold lobbies. So what we can do with this and against this team composition is 3 times in a row, we can try a 5-man push on A. Or some kind of a variation of a 5-man push on A. Maybe the split onto the A side through ramp, maybe a 5-man push through A-man, maybe a 4-man push onto the tower and then from tower taking the A side. It's really up to you. But what I would definitely do if I was playing in Silver 1 and I was playing against and with this team composition, I would pick up the spike so that my teammates are not controlling the round at all. And I would tell my teammates, hey guys, let's do a 5-man push onto the A side. No, Sage, no. I didn't say mid. Come into the A main. Reyna, B main is not A main. Come with us in the A main. Let's please guys push 5-man together. Then, as a Clove player on split, in the first round you always go with a classic light shield, 2 smokes and the pick me up. I mean, map is very claustrophobic. A lot of the medium range and the close range fights, there is literally no reason to play any other pistol in the first round, especially not as a Clove player. So, what do we do next? So basically, we're executing A side. As soon as the round starts, we need to jump spot this angle for our teammates and scale up into this corner. Then once again jump spot this angle for them and get ready for the push. Your only job is giving your teammates this smoke and this smoke on the rafters here. Now, why in the first round would I use this smoke that covers the elbow and the CT as well? We need to eliminate this angle in low elo lobbies so that we can clear the angles more efficiently and better as our teammates are scaling up. Like, already, you know, with this team composition, only God knows what your duelists are gonna do. And how aware your teammates are gonna be of every single spot, crossfire, and all of the other bullshit on the A set of split. Like, your job is very simple. Follow up your most aggressive teammates. You wanna scale up towards this position right here, and then from this position you're making a decision. Do I wanna go into the site like this? Or do you want to go into the site through your smoke, clearing the smoke, clearing the elbow from behind, and then taking the side control? Usually, if I'm already playing Clove, I would prioritize this type of scaling, where we clear these angles, these positions, this position, and I'm instantly walking into the smoke, clearing the smoke, and from the elbow, taking the fight here with my teammates. Now, if your teammates don't want to listen to you, unlucky, we need to follow them up and we need to get the most out of whatever the fuck they want to do at that moment of time.
I'm so ashamed. Pobre de me.
But usually, listen, usually low elo players are very lost and they're just waiting for someone to make a call out. Like, usually low elo players will listen if you tell them what to do and where to go. You just need to repeat it like 5 or 6 times because, you know, they're really bad at perceiving information and registering information. So, you should give it a try. You know, pick up the spike, go towards the aiming area of the map, and at least give it a try. If they don't listen, they want to go mid or B, reset the round and just go with them. Generally speaking, the first 4 rounds on the attacker side, you should be telling your teammates what to do and where to go based on the map that you're playing, based on your team composition, and based on the enemy's team composition as well. And listen, if you're already playing Clove, like, just pick up the spike every single round. Like, hold it with yourself. You know, unless we're doing some type of a fake or specific strategy or aggression, like, you know, in this low elo, at this point, your Jet can pick up the spike and just send it on A with a dash and sell the spike to the enemy team. Just hold the spike. You know, why not? You're not playing a duelist, you're not playing a hyper carry agent, I mean, you know, dive agent anyways. Hold it. Yes, Vi is hardcore send. Yeah, Vi basically everything except I'm gonna die. Everything except Chamber and Veto.
Yeah.
Listen, I mean, a very bad start to the round and match. Like, we're practically doing nothing. We're jerking our cocks left and right. I apologize to your 4 children. I'm gonna keep it more friendly, but family friendly. But you know, pick up that spike and tell your teammates where to go. If they are slow, and you know, like they're AFK at the start, wait for them. Okay, we can just wait in the A main area of the map, wait for them to finish pissing off or whatever the hell they're doing. But you know, I don't understand why are we like, what are we doing right now? No, Sage is a hardcore sentinel. Like Wall and 2 Slorps can delay the push and executes quite a lot. Frost brother, come on, let's play Battlefield later, man. Come on, bro, you know, fuck the family. What agent would you recommend for a very passive playstyle and don't like to hold site with a setup? I would recommend you to start being more aggressive and learn different playstyles, not only one. Because in Valorant, you cannot just play passively 24/7. I mean, if you already want to just play, so you love a very passive playstyle, but you don't like to hold a site with a setup, you can play Cypher, man. Cypher is a really good balance between a passive and aggressive sentinel. Like, you know, the worst Cypher players are the passive Cypher players, for an example. Like with Cypher, like, you should always be very mobile. You have 2 cages, 2 smokes, like, you can do that. Then, I don't know, like, you can maybe play some Initiator. Like, you know, you can support both yourself and your teammates if you're already super effing passive and you don't have any setup to hold. Maybe Breach or Gecko. Gecko is okay for you, maybe. Because with Gecko, you know, you can play passively, but in the same time, like, you have the utility for yourself, not only for your teammates. Bro, can you review my clip which was in VOD? Review me section in the Discord and my account name is Monkey the Luffy. We were doing this one today. Maybe in the future. Okay, so your teammates want to go B here. I don't know about this one, Chief. Like, this execute is gonna be absolutely fucked up, man. Absolutely fucked up, bro. Like, I don't know how this is gonna work. Like, they have a Raze with a nade. They have a Phoenix with a molly and flashes. They have a Sage with a wall and slow orbs, potentially. Omen with a smoke and paranoia. Like, right now, your teammates can make so many mistakes on the B site that are quite easy to compensate and avoid on the A site. I don't like this round already. I mean, if my teammates wanted to go B in this round here, I would actually go for a split. I would tell them to do a split. Because going for a 5-man push here, only through the B main, that's gonna be a bit of a Sudoku. especially at such a low skill level, and you're already playing a passive agent. I mean, if I'm only playing Clove, and I cannot dash in, teleport in, and I cannot take the space for my team, if your teammates want to go B, just do a 1-4 split onto the B site. Carry the spike through mid, and, you know, we go with a default smoke setup for the vents and tower, and that's it. Now, this 5-man push from B, I don't know what's gonna happen. Pretty bad idea. What do you think about uninstalling Valorant? You'll come back. That's what I think. I think you'll come back. But if you're thinking about it, you should do it. You should do it. What do you think about Chamber on high elo? He is decent. You know, depends who's playing him. Like, Chamber is a very annoying fucking agent to deal with. Especially after all of the nerfs and buffs. So, depending who plays him, he is either S tier or F tier. I mean, it depends on your mechanical skill, basically, like, in high elo.
Reloading.
Do you have any Cypher guides? I think on my second YouTube channel I have like 5 Cypher VOD reviews. I have some private guides in my coaching, but, you know, there's no reason to get my coaching just for that shit. I'm gonna make a Cypher playbook really soon. Like, what was I also thinking about is maybe I was thinking to completely say, you know, fuck the unranked to immortal series. You know? Like, that is wasting a lot of time from me. And what I was thinking is that I just dedicate the next 6 months or something like that to just making the playbook for as many agents as possible. So that I'm not wasting the time playing the game and I can just focus on building that playbook to oblivion. I mean, we have like 29 agents to complete, 28, I don't know anymore. What's high elo in your opinion? Immortal 3 and Radiant.
Ready to smoke whenever.
My brother is watching way too much VCT, but this smoke setup that he is doing right now is... It's not bad. You know, it can work. It can definitely work. Just, it's a bit dangerous for this skill level, in my opinion. I don't know. Like, in Silver, putting that smoke in the middle of the bomb site and expecting your teammates to play around it is just, effed up, bro. Even though it's fucked up that we're going on B right now, I would still go for a default setup. I would still just go for a default setup. Like, there's no way I would mix it up at all. And if you already decide to use a smoke here, as you're scaling up into the bomb site, I would just immediately clear the smoke and take the smoke as soon as possible, before my teammates start dying. Make the Jet playbook too. Until then, where should I master Jet from? I have fully completed the Jet ranked playbook for every single map. Jet and Omen are fully completed. I only didn't complete Corrode, but I'm gonna do it next week. I promise. Next week I'm gonna do the Corrode for these 2 agents. And that's it. Omen and Jet are done. I think one player in main have to play certain way when splitting 1-4. I understand why better to go with Spike, but losing main control can be very bad. Isn't it more important role? It is more important. You know, what this guy does is very important. But very rarely, you will see that players aggress the B-main area of the map in the first round. On average. You know, basically, when I say on average, I mean like, across different ranks. So, usually what's gonna happen with this guy is nothing. You know? You just need to tell this dude, hey man, play a bit passively. You know, don't take any fights in the B-main, wait for us and pick a timing. And that's it. He doesn't need to do this. He can maybe jump spot the enemy, apply some pressure, and that's it. But usually, this guy is not gonna be the guy that's gonna make a mistake. But these guys will. You know, your team is going through mid. They can die in a huge crossfire. Another crossfire. Like, you need to be there to protect them. Unless you you want to play 1 versus 5, going through the B main area of the map. What if I win your coaching and I can submit an Astra KO? You cannot submit the... I'm not reviewing Astra, Harbor, and Reyna. Because it's just absolutely fucking pointless.
I can't use that.
KO is fine. I would like to see your setups. I have no idea. Like, how your ISO didn't hear the enemy race. Like, literally, the round started 30 seconds ago. And Raze is already behind us. She literally ran around the world. She started the round by running here, man. Listen, no, this is a bit unlucky that, you know, happened to you. But also, like, I mean, we spent so much time in this B main area of the map, and I need to give you one big advice that is probably going to be a huge problem for you in the future, like, rounds. So, you pull out the abilities into your hands only when you're ready to use them. Like, only then. Like, you should not have this iPad in your hands until the moment of time when your teammates are ready to flood the site, to scale up. Until that moment of time, you're holding your gun and you're getting ready for any type of bullshit that enemies might do in the B main area of the map, or maybe they push behind you. And that is the rule that you follow with literally every agent in the game, in ranked solo queue. Like here, for an example, instead of you holding this iPad, I would actually be ready to take a fight with my teammates in this B main area of the map. You know, we slow down because of the smoke. The ISO is here, doing nothing. And then, when your teammates start moving in, open the iPad, do 2 smokes in less than a second, move in with them. Also, I can already see here, bro, you're playing Clove. Like with Clove and Brimstone, you just can't make a mistake when you're doing the smokes. Like it's impossible to do that. It is just impossible to do that. Like, how do you make that mistake? Like, look at the gap here. Look at the gap here. No, you cannot leave these gaps to the enemies because your teammates are not gonna react to them. They won't know there's a gap in the smokes. I mean, I would also assume that my controller is gonna give me a good smoke. You know? That fully covers this position. Like, listen. Precision over anything. Like, literally. When it comes to precision versus speed, precision is 10 times more important than speed. Because bad utility, you know, fucked up micro adjustments, crosshair placement, all of that will fuck you up more times than being a bit slower or being, you know, slow at this moment of time. Anyways, you're playing in silver. Like, you know, at your skill level, timings are usually not that important. And speed is usually, you know, these players are already slow, man. Like, that fucking snail that I ate in Paris is faster than your teammates and enemies. Or he was until he got cooked, probably. Now, so, you know, next time you're doing some execute, like, please don't, you know, you're playing Clove, you're not playing Omen and Astra. Like, it's pretty easy to it's pretty easy to not make these type of gaps. So what is the problem of this first round? There were many problems, as you can see. But the real problem is, what the fuck are we going B? We just cannot go B. Against this enemy team composition, and with our team composition. It's just stupid to even try doing that. Absolutely stupid. But okay, you got a lot of very useful information from this first round. Info number 1. We know that enemy Omen is playing somewhere on the B side. His smoke was really fast on B. Now, second thing that we know is that enemy Raze likes to push behind us. We need to be ready for the lurks and flanks in the future rounds. Another info that we got is that the enemy Sage... enemy Fade was also somewhere around the mid area of the map and the B side. Now, with that info, we're gonna be moving into the next round. Now, let me see just what type of smoke you did when you died.
Ready to smoke whenever. Behind.
Oh, the Phoenix actually pushed as well. Aha, okay. So they did a double push. So Phoenix and Raze are playing A side.
Spike down B.
Listen, man, like, when you die as a Clove, like, you don't have any downtime. You know, with every other agent, you can, sure, you know, you can take one quickie, jerk off, or go eat something, take a piss. But with Clove, like, as long as the round is going, you just don't have a downtime. And now we still need to support our teammates with the smokes. And right now, because your teammates are 3v1, well, we'll just go for a default setup and that's it. Smoke CT, smoke tower. That's your only job.
Remaining.
I don't know why you're not smoking for them. I mean, I know that this stage can be anywhere, and you know these smokes are not gonna do that much, but still, you should do it for your team. What you say? Lurk mid, kill, rotates, or walk other side and kill. I'm gonna tell you what I say now. Okay, let's see how this goes. Absolutely terrible.
Player standing.
Okay. But overall, a very good information. A very good information for the next round. So, what you know right now? You know that Phoenix and Raze are probably going to be playing the A side. Moving on. Brother, Phoenix and Raze don't have anything valuable to actually stop your push and stop your execute. Like, it should be so easy for your team to just scale up and take the A side control or the A tower control. Just move around the corners, around the cover, try to dodge the Phoenix flash. That's it. Play a refray game, end of the story. We don't need to worry about the Sage wall. We don't need to worry about the slow orbs. We don't need to worry about the Fade, Hound, Reveal, the Omen Paranoia, smokes and shit like that. So, anyways, on split. Whenever enemies on a defender side are eco, halby, bonus, they have low economy. This area of the map does not exist for you. It just doesn't exist. Your first option is always a 5-man push on A, and your second option, sometimes, depending on the team compositions, okay, you can go B as well. But once again, considering enemy's team comp, I would just go for a 5-man push on A. Also, this buy option doesn't exist in a second round. Like, you win the first round of Valorant. The first thing that you're buying is a heavy shield. Without any second thoughts. Unless you want to play Outlaw. But if you don't want to play Outlaw, the first thing that you get from your economy is heavy shield. And then, the second thing, a good weapon. A weapon that you want to use on that specific map, that specific side, to have the easiest time killing the enemies and winning the round for your team. So if you want to play Bulldog, heavy shield Bulldog, 2 smokes, that's it. I think you won't have money for anything else, considering you died without any kills. But buying a light shield with a I mean, you actually have money for everything. Yeah, he didn't use any abilities in the first round. You literally have money for everything. Why are you playing with a light shield? Why are you putting yourself in a position where you can easily die from shorty, where you can easily die from some bullshit triple shot of a classic pistol, where you can easily die from a one tap of sheriff on any range? You don't need to be in that position. Unless you're saving money for the operator, like, just win this mother effing round. My team has never buy on second round nowadays. What has happened, man? But they look at the VCT and pro play and they're like, you know, they think they're pro players. Bro, like, just win this round. Like, you just need to ask yourself, like, why did you win the first round if you're gonna be in some kind of a disadvantage in the second round? Why did I even try winning? If I'm gonna half buy or eco in this second round, why the fuck did I win the first round at the first place? Like, the whole point of Valorant is, like, especially ranked solo queue, is like you're always trying to snowball the first 4 rounds. Like, if you learn how to play the first 4 rounds to perfection, and you somehow manage to have like 75% win rate in this first 4 rounds, every match is gonna be piece of cake. Because players' mentality in Valorant is so fragile. It is so weak. Like, literally, you win 3 out of the 4 of the first 4 rounds. The match is maybe almost over. Maybe. That is why on the attacker side in the first 4 rounds it's mega important what you do, where you go, how do you adapt yourself to your teammates, and also, like, obviously, like, what type of strategy we do on a macro and micro level. For example, here, I don't like that we're going B. I think there's no reason to go B. I think that getting the kill on the Phoenix and Raze would be 10 times easier on the A site. Less claustrophobic angles to clear as well, once we go through the choke point. Let's see. Now listen, whenever you're pushing the B site, it doesn't matter if it is a fast push, slow push, whatever you're doing. You're starting the round by holding this angle for your teammates. And you should hold it as tight as your reaction time allows you. So basically, you should be able to get a kill on this angle if the enemy peeks you 3 out of 10 times. But the only reason we hold that angle is just to push the enemies back a bit. And to just be ready for this type of a jiggle peek or a peek in this area of the map. If you see enemy peeking there, you can easily go for a sidestep and just take a kill.
I can't use that.
But you need to hold that shit. Like, because teammates in your elo will never be ready for a fast peek in the B main area of the map. Or A main, which is a very common shit on a defender side of split. And you need to do that. You need to protect them. You know, you just hold this angle for 3 seconds. You know, wait for your teammates to cross this line. Right here. And then, once they cross that line, speed up, let's go. Utility, come closer, you know, jump spotting the enemies, fighting with them, all of that stuff. Why Marshall have become more frequent buy on anti-eco than outlaw? Any particular... I mean, both guns were always equally both. I don't know, I don't have that feeling. I feel that still people are buying outlaw and martial on the same level as before. And both weapons for the anti-eco are okay. I mean, depends what type of gun you want to have in the third bonus round. I would always like outlaw over the martial, but I don't know, like, it's really just a personal preference. Oh, time for this shit. Good. I was just testing something. is just testing something. We need to hold that angle. Don't hold it this wide. You know, there's no reason to die. Like, if you're holding this beam and peak, just hold it as tight as your reaction time allows you. And with the Bulldog, always with the ADS. Why? Because the main power of the Bulldog is deleting the enemies with a triple shot.
I can't use that.
Now, this is a very good round to learn from. So listen, whenever you see two things in your gameplay, you can instantly make a prediction and a ghost come to your teammates. This type of shit should be a common knowledge to everyone and something that you need to be aware of. So, if you see an instant smoke from the enemy team based on nothing at the start of the round, or on the first footstep that you make, like you make only one footstep here, and then smoke magically appears, chances are 80% enemies are doing something with that smoke. Maybe it's some kind of a one-way, maybe they're playing around it with their shotguns, but we need to clear it carefully. And you need to tell your teammates, one guy is in the smoke. Now, we don't know that, but that is a good, positive ghost comm. I don't know if an enemy is in the smoke, but I would rather waste 16 seconds waiting for this smoke to disappear rather than playing 3v5 post plant later or some shit like that. Or, you know, just my team is dying in the smoke from charlatan with a shotgun or something like that.
Drop in a smoke.
Now listen, if your teammates wanna split the map, there is one very important rule that you also follow. Like, on maps with the mid area of the map, whenever you have two teammates on mid, 2 or 3, you always wanna play with them. They just have much higher chances of making some kind of a fucked up mistake. Because there's a crossfire, there's so many angles to clear, so many abilities that can fuck them up. We cannot risk it. Play with them. Okay, smoke in the vents was good. Yeah, usually when the people do this type of a smoke in the B main, like, the guy is gonna be here. So you can just spam from this position, that angle, or, you know, with a short you can enter the smoke and then be ready for this guy and rip him apart.
Be at peace.
Who would have guessed it? One of those games, I mean, that's the Omen name, he was actually in the smoke. Like, listen, you know, just play smart, don't play hard. Never. You know? You play smart, you win the matches. You play hard, you develop a mental illness like Flexinga. Like, relax. And like me as well, to be honest. Like,
No peeking.
in the past few years. Okay. Now, as I said, the only reason why I advise you to go with your teammates in the mid area of the map is because they will probably take more fights than your teammates in B main. They will probably take longer time to actually take the B tower, mid control, and only God knows if they're actually gonna take it. Like, for example, doing this B main push right now would be mega hard if your teammates just died on mid, give the guns to the enemies, and you end up 2 versus 5 in an anti-eco round. Anyways, what the fuck are we doing B split, like in an anti-eco and split? Like, just pick up the spike, tell your teammates to Tell your teammates to go A, and that's it.
Nice.
Please, man, like, especially in the team compositions, where you don't have an initiator, check every angle that you're approaching as if the enemies can and will be there. Every angle. Like, and even if you have initiators at your skill level, check everything. You know, you're going through this area of the map. Okay, there's a gap here. Let's check this. Let's check this. Let's check this. Check everything. You never know. Especially in low elo, like, you never know what type of fucked up strategy enemies are gonna have in mind and what type of a stack they might do.
Have one of these.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that gap there was like very, very sedge. Very, very sedge.
No peeking.
By the way, when you're fighting enemies,
Peace.
when you're fighting enemies,
Be at peace.
where's the enemy stage? Like, when did she peek? What were we taking that fight? Here, right? Okay. So, when you're fighting enemies on this range with a bulldog, always use the burst fire. Use the ADS. It's easier to be more precise. It's easier to instantly delete an enemy. And the whole power of bulldog is this burst fire, the right click, and that on any range, one headshot and one body shot will send the enemies to the graveyard. So, medium range, long range, tight angles, always burst fire. Close range fights, automatic fire.
I can't use that.
One.
Okay, in this round we're going A. I don't know about this. Like, I mean, it can work definitely. Like, and anyways, the first 4 rounds are the learning rounds in Valorant. The only reason why in this round I wouldn't go A is just to create a bit better pattern of pushing where enemies cannot read us at all. But considering you're playing in silver, it's probably not gonna matter at all, as long as we do a proper execute. Once again, I don't know why are you starting your rounds by placing the utility. How do you know that Sage is not gonna use a wall right now? How do you know that Phoenix is not gonna pop flashes? How do you know that Omen is not gonna use his paranoia to push us? I mean, how do you know we're gonna reach a choke point to do an execute? You're just wasting your time. You should be doing this shit when your teammates are ready to go for the execute. You know, when your teammates are already crossing this line, then the smokes are dropping down and we are pushing together with them and not losing the spacing. Same as in the B-main area of the map. You know, one of the most common things you will see on Split are the aggressive peaks in the A-main and B-main. So, right now what we should do, we can hold this tight angle here and try to protect our teammates from that specific peak, push, whatever.
I can't use that.
If no one is here, you know, your teammates cross this position all the way there, then we open the iPad, do the smokes, let's move in.
I can't use that.
Also, whenever you have extra credits and free money, extra money, get a shorty with that automatic weapon or semi-automatic weapon that you have at that moment of time, especially when you're playing controllers. Like, you will probably get you should get in a lot of scenarios where like short is gonna be useful, especially on a map such as Split. Split is a very tight map with a lot of close range angles to trade yourself. I mean, not only that our main protagonist is looking at his iPad for the first 5-10 seconds of a round, but also he's fully exposed from he wants to die, you know, so he can use his smokes when he dies.
Dropping smokes.
And all of this that you did right now dangerous mongoose, man. Like very, very dangerous, man. Enemies can peek you from the aim and you're dead. Sage can die alone, she's dead. No one is there to refrag her. We're losing the spacing with the Sage for no reason. And I know, you know, basically, okay, so,
Dropping s-
until this moment of time, we're holding the angle. Now, we're pushing with Sage to this angle. So basically, when the Sage did this, she was here. You should have been here. Ready to take this fight with her. Then you quickly open the iPad, you know, do both of your smokes, bop bop.
dropping smokes.
And now, if Sage is moving up, I'm moving up as well. I'm using her as a human shield, as a tool, as a recon tool, to refrag her and to push into the site. When you're executing a site, you know, you can use your medal
Dropping smoke.
in various different ways. If you think someone is close, we can use the medal for this. We can use the medal to prevent enemies from peeking us from the elbow. We can also use the medal on rafters to prevent enemies peeking us from rafters. As we are scaling up into this position, and then from this position into the bomb site. But, like, this type of a gap between you and Sage that is also carrying the spike cannot exist in ranked solo queue. Just can't. How to train crosshair placement. I usually play a lot of DMs, but it's like clearing two angles and dying from behind. My next YouTube video is gonna be about that. Like, I'm making a new aim guide, and in that new aim guide, I'm gonna cover the best tools for every mechanical problem in Valorant. What's the better smoke for Heaven? The deeper one or the one that's on the walkway? What the fuck is this deja vu? Like, yesterday I was coaching one guy on Omen, I think, and he asked me that. Like, okay, let me explain. So, this smoke, you're doing only if you wanna do some kind of an aggressive outplay. You wanna TP here, dash here, satchel here, and take this position. And when you're doing a 4-man or a 5-man push on rafters, on tower. Like, if your job is to just take the tower, we use this smoke. This smoke we use in every other case scenario. I mean, every other is just when you're doing a regular 5-man push through the aim area of the map. And that's it. There's no other smokes.
Use that. Enemy down.
Sage entry up. No, not. It's not only the Sage entry. It is the Sage entry in the bonus round with a Spectre, and she takes a kill. What the fuck? Okay, thank you. No problem, man. Like, you can ask me whatever you want. I'm here for you.
Reloading.
I'm here for you, Bobby. Now, pathing with the agents that are static, that don't have any movement abilities, is crucial. Very important. Especially for a map such as Split. Like, basically, when you're executing a set of Split, you should take any chance that enemies are giving you to get into this position. Any chance. Because if you scale up like this, and you're fully exposed from the elbow, backside, tower as well, and your teammates don't protect you, they are not playing with you, we get blinded, flashed, molotovs, I don't know, something happens. You're wide open and you better be ready to do some crazy flicks and crazy shit. Basically, in Valorant, you know, one of the main things that you're trying to achieve with your positioning and movement is trying to be overexposed. Never. Like, basically, you should never be overexposed from more than 2 angles that you can see on your screen at that moment of time. So, you can just scale up like this quickly. This is pretty fast, like just, you know, clear this angle, and just focus on that. Yes, enemies can still peek from the tower, but we have a smoke. We have a smoke there, we need to risk something. But then when you take this position, you can chill a bit. Now let your teammates come in, hold the tower smoke for them, and as your teammates are taking the fight on site, we take that fight together with them. And if we are the ones that we need to take a fight, it's a bit easier. You know, like basically, we're not gonna be exposed from that potential tower spam or some bullshit, I don't know, like. Now, I don't know who's this, whose Lorb is this. Listen, this is, I mean, usually a low elo mistake, but it happens in Ascendant sometimes as well. And Immortal. Please clear the elbow. Please clear the elbow like when you end up on the bomb site. Such as a set of split. Check every position, every corner where the enemies can hide and be like, while your teammates are planting the spike and doing whatever the fuck they're doing at that moment of time. Like, check that position yourself, or maybe we're not gonna have a chance to check it otherwise.
Enemy down. Blocking sight.
This medal into the CT, I don't know about that. I really don't know about that. Like, sometimes it's useful, but generally speaking, like, when you're executing a set of a split, if you need to drop a blind medal, I will drop it either on rafters, this position, or this position. Like, this medal protects you, I mean, this medal protects you from the potential peek of the enemies from the elbow. And if a guy was here, he's probably not gonna peek you. Or not fast enough. This one here, like, you know, it's okay. I mean, if you think that enemies are playing close with their shotguns, why not? And after, you know, there is much higher chance that enemies are gonna peek you from rafters than from the CT. Very, very rarely someone is gonna have the balls in low elo, all the way up to Ascendant, to do this. I don't know. Very rarely. But players are gonna have the balls to maybe do this shit. And go for such a peak, especially if they have teammates on the site, where they can play, you know, some crossfire setups or play on a refrag potential. This enemy is slow.
Reloading.
Oh, but the guy is in the elbow then! Now, imagine this whole round, if you did what I told you to do right now. If you actually did a proper default setup. We scaled up with a Sage, fought with a Sage, with our Sage. We did a proper default smoke setup. You did this medal, clearing this angle, this angle, this angle, getting into this position. And now, from this spot, or from this spot, we can instantly take the elbow control, and maybe your Reyna would not be dead. Now listen, like, considering that you lost your Reyna, you know the Sage is alone in the elbow, like, we want to fight that guy at this moment of time. I mean, we cannot just leave the Sage there and let her live a happy life. Especially because our Sage is planting the spike. As soon as your Reyna died, you should have started scaling up towards the elbow and trying to get that fight with the Sage. You ended up in a 3v4. In these type of situations, you need to take a 50-50. You need to fight. Anyways, it's a bonus round, like, literally, it doesn't matter that much if you win it or lose it. Now, as I said, on this range, try to use more of the ADS of a Bulldog. Like, on this range, burst fire of the Bulldog is like, so good, bro. That wall in the elbow is gonna be such a bait and such a problem. And maybe the enemy Sage is on top of the wall already. I mean, we'll see. Also, listen. Literally the worst position where you can play when you're playing the post plant on a set of split is playing this left portion of the map. Now basically, this positioning is like big no-no. Like basically a big fucking red circle. Like artillery strike from Battlefield is flying here on your face 24/7. Like right now, even though you're 2v3, or yeah, 2v3, right? Like, it is still 10 times better option to just stick with the Sage and fight from the right position here. Enemies can spam you, enemies can one-way you, enemies can just destroy you behind these screens. And also, this type of a fight on tower, you really don't want to pick. Like, it's just a headshot fight and it's always completely 50-50. Like, at least now, you know, we have a wall for the elbow. Maybe enemies are gonna be undisciplined enough to pick us one at a time. So what we can do, we can maybe try to pick the Sage here on this little gap and maybe kill the enemy Sage. But even if we don't kill the Sage, we can still fight with our Sage, and maybe, you know, this guy is gonna peek first. Then this guy, then this guy. You know, one of the main mistakes the players do in low elo lobbies, I mean, across every rank in Valorant, is people are just disrespecting proper team play completely. Like, team play is a secondary thought for most of the players. About 10 seconds, it's the last thought. Right now, Omen sees the blood. Raze sees the blood. Sage sees the blood. And they will be hunting you. They're just hungry for kills. They don't care about anything else. Everyone wants to be some kind of a hero, like. But you don't need to be a hero, you just need to be a closer, bro. Like, be a fucking Harvey Specter, man. Just close the fucking round, man. In the easiest way possible. Without going to court. Huh? Another analogy here. Brother, the positioning of your Sage is so bad, like, you need to be there for her now. But also your positioning is also terrible, like. I mean, okay. You already decide to fight around these screens for some reason. Like, if you are exposed from the ramp, from the tower, and from the bomb site as well, from the front site, you cannot swing out and take a fight like this. Like, how do you plan to fight 3 enemies on 3 different angles at the same moment of time? I'm not tens, you are not tens, and the last time I checked, silver players don't have a reaction time to do this. And you don't need to be in this type of a position, or put yourself in this position. You can just play, okay, you got stuck behind the screens, no problem. Now we can just, you know, hold this. Like, let's see, we heard the Raze on the ramp. Let's try to kill the Raze first, bam. Then maybe Sage is gonna be here, let's try to kill the Sage. Omen needs to drop down. Let's wait for the Omen to drop. Let's listen to the sound. Peek when he drops. Delete him. But swinging out and being exposed from so many angles, that's a guaranteed lost round for you and a death. And when it comes to your like, you know, positioning and pathing is maybe one of the first things that you should learn as a player of your skill level. Like, it is so important. Basically, isolating the angles properly, like, not... Just, you know, this can all fall under one tip. Just don't be overexposed. Like, try to peek the angles and try to position yourself in a way where you can always get one fight at a time. And you can almost always do that in Valorant. You think Vela is good on Abyss? Yes, Vela is very good on Abyss.
Last player standing.
5 raise.
Once again,
Hit for 35 raise.
when you die as Clove, you are not dead. You're still playing the game. Here, your Sage got blinded. 3 enemies are pushing her, and you have the smoke as well. Open that mother effing iPad, and what we can do right now, we can give our Sage this type of a smoke. I don't know if that smoke will be in time or not. I don't know if this smoke would make any difference. But at least we tried. At least we think about this. And what is really bad sign in your gameplay with Clove? You don't even think about your smokes when you die. Why are you playing Clove then? Play Brimstone.
Can't use that.
Okay, now in this next round, I will go A again. Simply because it would be far more unpredictable for the enemy team. Number one. Because what we could have noticed from the previous rounds is that the enemies are actually trying to predict us. Like, they're trying to position in a way to stop us and to delay us and all of their shit. So I would actually go A again. And one problem in this round is going to be the Raze ultimate. If your Izov was any good, he would play first. And he would take that ultimate shot for you. But you cannot expect that at this skill level. So, you know, only because of the enemy's team composition and the Raze ultimate, the only bad thing that we can do in this round is trying a 5-man push to the B main. That's the only bad thing we can do. Every other option is fine. 1-4 split on B, 1-3-1 default, and take mid control with your teammates. 5-man push through A main, or let's take the A tower control and then see what we're gonna do next. But a 5-man push through B against the Sage and the Raze with the ultimate, Omen, I don't know. Like that's usually a suicide at this skill level. I mean, you just need to bait the shit out of your teammates. Like, I would, if my teammates want to do a 5-man push on B, and they call for it against this team comp and Raze ultimate. Okay, you called for it. You don't want to listen to me. Now you push first. I'm gonna be there to refrag you, but you are gonna go first.
I'll show you, scary Omen.
What would be a good smoke location if they were hiding behind the screens? Who? Sage? Or... I used to play Jet on Abyss last act, and it was my highest win rate map. Listen, Jet on Abyss is just... Jet and Yoru are the best agents on Abyss. They're the duelist. Like, there's not a single other duelist that is better than them. To be honest, I don't see a reason why would you play any other duelist on Abyss. I just played Cypher and clutched a 1v2 pistol round, bronze 3 W Charlatan. No problem, man. All me. I might buy the live VOD review. How many spots are in advance? You'll have to wait like a week or 2 weeks maximum. Clove was surviving and high, but yeah, man, like same shit, like you know, if Clove, if our protagonist survived here, the best smoke position would be this. Yes, you give the smoke to enemies on top of the spike, but you protect your Sage, and also with this smoke you can position all the way here, and you can hold the smoke like this. And now we can fuck up any enemy that is pushing in. We can maybe surprise enemies on timing and completely outplay them.
Can't use that. Need a drop. Thanks. Gun here.
Don't crouch and hold it in a bit different way. We talked about it.
Omen kill.
Not for you, not for you.
Here.
Why is our friend Jet Engie Jet, bro, like I think we should make a mechanism, some kind of you know what, chat, we need to invest into something, bro. We need to make something to coach players better, you know, to make players better in video games faster. Like, for example, every time you pull out, you use your utility at the wrong timing, Hassan Piker shocks you with a collar. Or every time you open the iPad at the wrong time, Hassan Piker beats the shit So Hassan 9000 would be the name of the but that would be a probably like infringement, and you know, we will have problems with the pay, with, you know, but something like that would be really good, bro, really good. Or maybe your crosshair placement is too low, you know. Your crosshair placement is too low, and I don't know, like, we need to make something better, you know? We need to make some like, that's the only way to coach the players, to be honest. Should my wife watch me play and beats me up? That is also a good option. That is also a good option, because basically, like, the IRL coaching patent, man. Like, wife 9000, coaching wife 9000. But no, I think Hassan 9000 is probably the best product ever. It also goes with his brand. It will sell like crazy. Like, for example, you know, you make a bad smoke setup, such as this one, where enemies have a huge... Let me just see. So, I think this smoke is even gonna fall down. So basically, you make a bad smoke setup with a Clove, and you don't do a proper smoke. With the easiest agent ever to make a good smoke setups.
Okay.
5 times with the belt. You know, some Nigerian lord is behind you and just... Your teammates are peeking in the B main area of the map, and you're not playing with them, but instead you're jerking your cock off on the iPad. Nah, bro, like... Prince Aladdin, one finger chopped. One huge tip. Enough with this. One huge tip. Always fight frontal. What do I mean by that? Even if an enemy is behind you, lurking, flanking, trying to fuck you in the ass, always try to fight with your teammates up front. If that enemy is already not a threat or immediate threat to your execute. Your Jet is moving in, Reyna is moving in, Sage is moving in. Enemy raises in mid area of the map. Even if Izov was not here and I heard that raise, I would completely ignore the raise. Because she's so far away, we can deal with her later. But what we cannot deal with, or against, is if Jet dies, Reyna dies, Sage dies. They lose the spike as well. A round becomes 1,000,000 times harder than it is right now. And I really wonder what type of smoke we have on tower right now. I want to see it. Yep. So, relax. Like, no one is pressuring you, man. No, literally, no one is holding the gun against your head and telling you to do some fast smokes. Anyways, you're spending enormous amount of time on your iPad. Just make sure that, you know, if you're doing these smokes on the B tower, just make sure that you're not putting the smoke in this square right here. It's not a square, but whatever. And just put it on the tower. Make sure that the left side is aligned with this corner, right side with this corner, and that's it. A proper smoke for the tower.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo 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 wish I can play Valorant and sell my insanity there but not getting time.
Yo, Natsami, how are you, baby? 19 months, man. Long time no see, actually. Like, you were not here for a long time. So yeah. Now, when it comes to using utility on the go, listen, you know, this medal that you dropped is way too dangerous. You know, we don't have any backside control. We don't have any control of anything. Enemies can peek us at any moment of time and fight us, and fight your teammates as well. You know, fuck using... Medal is something that you use on the attacker side when you know exactly where are the enemies, or if you have time to use it. Like your teammates are just scaling up right now and, you know, you have plenty of time to use it, sure. But if your teammates are already on the bomb site, you don't know exactly where are the enemies. Just hold a gun in your hands and be ready to fight. And that's it. How can I improve my duelist? My duelist was okay until Ascendant, but in Immortal it feels wrong. Hard to tell, man, like without seeing you play. No, I'm mega happy that you are the one to die. Because this is what the fuck, bro? Like that smoke is criminal. That should not happen to you. Clove and Brimstone have the easiest smokes in the game. You cannot make a mistake. You just can't.
Don't make.
Game's very low.
Okay, so it's already been 4 rounds, and already at this moment of time, in the 5th round, you should know how to play and what to do. Like, you should already understand, like, basically, you know, what should be our job. And how should we win on this attacker's side. So, you tried 5-man executes for the first 4 rounds. Did they work? Actually, yes. Actually, enemies are terrible. They're not stopping your pushes, they're not stopping your executes. You're the one that is fucking things up. When I say you, I mean your team. Like, I mean, we didn't lose these 2 rounds because enemies did something special. We lost them because we played postplan horribly wrong in that 3rd round. And in this 4th round, I mean, if you had that tower smoke, literally, we would have the site for free, and probably we would win that round, and that's it. So, I will still continue with the 5-man executes, absolutely. Now, listen here. How do you manage your economy after the round number 4? Like, round 1, 2, 3, and 4, you're following the economy management of the general economy management. Like the basic rules that we have in Valorant. You know, 1st round full buy, 2nd round eco, anti-eco, 3rd round bonus, 4th round full buy if you play the bonus and stuff like that. But from the 5th round, you follow the economy based on whatever the fuck your teammates are doing. If you have 2 or 3 teammates that are buying, you buy with them. If you have 2 or 3 teammates that are saving, you save with them. But you should still try to persuade your teammates, you know, if it is the time to save, suggest them, Reina, maybe now we should save. What do you think about that? Also, that is a really good psychological trick that I learned from one of my coaches in Counter-Strike. Like, basically, people usually respond better to questions and suggestions rather than comments. Like, a lot of the times, if you tell your teammates, Reina, go save, or some shit like that, it's 50-50. We don't know if that guy's gonna listen. But if you give them a suggestion, especially with some kind of a reasoning why they should do that, a question, they're more likely to do it. And it actually works. Because humans are stupid.
Need a drop. Thanks.
You should have played Vandal with a light shield. You made the right option here, and yeah. Your teammates are buying. I mean, if you already have money for Vandal and light shield, I don't see a reason to play Bulldog with a light shield.
Need a drop. Thanks.
We talked about this, and we explained it quite in depth. So, the next time, let's recap it. You're starting in the B-main area of the map. Hold this angle or this angle. Protect your teammates. Be ready for a peek. Mentally, physically, and with your crosshair placement. Your teammates are pushing A-main area of the map. Hold this angle or this angle. Be ready for a peek for the first 3 to 4 seconds, and then let's push with our teammates. If we are dying like this, we are absolutely stupid. I mean, you should not be allowing your teammates to die like that. Your teammates are stupid anyways, so they are fucking silver. Like, I mean, no wonder they're low elo. But you should not be stupid. You should be the smart guy that is protecting them from themselves. It is bold of you to assume that we in silver have brain power to think about that question. I mean, humans are still playing this game, bro. Like, even if you're silver, man, like, come on. I guess your name is just O Sperm. Like, chat, you can correct me. Like, I'm literally not making things up. Like, the guy's name is O Sperm. Aha, it's OS Prem. Okay, OS Prem. Like OS permission. I don't know. Sorry, bro. Maybe I need glasses now.
Drop in a smoke.
Show me a target.
Your duty is not over.
You know what I like here? I like that you're actually aware that there is maybe a possibility. That maybe there's a possibility that right now, like, an enemy is behind you. And that they might flank and lurk. But what I don't like is that you're taking your sweet time doing this, while there is also a possibility that your teammate... Like, let me give you one very simple tip. So, the tip goes like this. Let me open my Trust Me notepad so that you visualize the tip as well. In Valorant, always play on the information that you have, and that's it. Like, that's how the tip goes. Like, only information that you have. Like, don't try to make up some info in a specific round if there is already something happening on the minimap and your screen. So, what I mean by this, right now, I have no idea if one guy is behind us or not, if enemies push mid or B main. But I know for a fucking fact that there's at least 2 enemies in the A main, there is Raze in the A main, 100%, and there is a huge chance we will be fighting enemies there. So focus on that. Anyways, what's very important for you to kind of learn over time is the timings for something to happen. I mean, if enemies push B main, and they want to do this, but they need like around 20 seconds fully running to go from this position to this position. 20 seconds fully running. If they want to go from tower or vents all the way here, they need at least like 12, 13 or something like that. But at some points they're also gonna walk. I mean, they will have to walk because otherwise, you know, what's the point of that flank and lurk? So right now, you know, you check this, there's no one there. Focus, you know, on something else. Right now, I would be more scared that enemies are in the sewers, where Arena is, rather than spawn. No, I miss doing this, bro, in Valorant. Give me that sound. Spam the shit out of it. And once again, what are these? Like, you do the smokes when we are ready to go out. We are ready to go through some choke point. We are ready to take some space. To push. Bush, bro. As my French people love to say. We're not ready to push. We know that one enemy is behind the wall. Maybe 2 enemies still. Fight that guy first. We finish that fight, then we use the smokes for the site. Like, you should be ready for this fight instead of using a smoke for the CT.
You will not kill my ally.
Pretty decent flick, not gonna lie.
Refreshing. Reloading.
Maybe not the best, you know, not the best gunplay ever, but pretty decent.
My ally.
And as I said, like in this round, there is a chance that enemies are gonna flank us and they're gonna do the same shit they did every round. But in Valorant, you're just forced to take these fights first. Because if you don't take the fights that you know about, you might just as well end up 1 versus 5 in a matter of seconds. And even if you kill that one enemy behind you, we might just end up 1 versus 4, okay? That doesn't make it any better.
Refreshing. Reloading.
Cutting their vision.
Our spike carrier. I'm one of these.
Spike down A.
The fucking gun.
3 bullets? Listen, like, 3 bullets is more than enough to kill an enemy here. But if enemies are already giving you time to reload, then you can maybe take some cover, do it. Anyways, you should have a shorty as a main secondary weapon. Kovacs or aim labs for aim training. Both, like, I personally prefer Kovacs. You know, I would say that 90% of my private aim trainings are on Kovacs. It's just, I don't know, easier for me to customize and better. But, I mean, you can use both. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter that much. For an average player, it really doesn't matter. Like, instead of waiting here for your demise and for your death, reload that fucking weapon and go somewhere. Like,
Our spike carrier. I'm one of
so
these.
let's...
Spike down A.
The fucking gun.
So Faye did a dog. She's still on the right side. Okay, you have 3 bullets. She sees you. Get in this corner with a classic pistol and try to triple shot her. Like, that will give you a higher chance of winning this fight than trying to go for 2 headshots or a burst fire on head. And I don't know why you're crouching, like, not only that he has 2 bullets, and he is 67 HP and seized, but also, he becomes even easier target. Like, okay, you got seized here. You have only 2 options. Strafe left and right, and try to go for 2 headshot taps. Or, take the classic pistol out, immediately jump into this corner, and try to triple shot the guy there.
Fade behind.
Spike down.
Fade behind. Hit for 35.
Pretty good smoke. Pretty good smoke, I'm not gonna lie. Not bad, not bad. It should be a bit deeper towards them, towards the enemies, but it's okay. Better than no smoke at all.
Boom. 30 seconds left. I have the spike. Last player standing.
Two flank.
Spike down A.
Okay, there is one very good thing about this VOD. Very good thing about this VOD. So, we know for a fact, this game, we know for a fact that enemies are every round doing some kind of a flank and lurk. If we push B, enemies are behind us on mid and A. If we push A, enemies are behind us through mid and B. So, if the team play fails for us 1 or 2 more times, you know, we cannot do some kind of a split on B, mid control or something like that, we can just default. We can literally just default and try to punish these enemies first and then decide what to do next. Or we can do some kind of a fake. You know, your teammates are anyway super passive. You know, they're getting slowed down. Our executes take us like 20-30 seconds every round. Okay. You know, with these type of teammates, doing something alone is pretty easy because anyways, they're pussies. They're not gonna rush into the site immediately. So we can make something out of it. I mean, the best idea in this round right now would be, okay guys, let's fake the B push while 3 players are holding like Suvers and aim in. And I guarantee to you, you will get like 2 free kills and go on to the A side 5 versus 3. But I don't know, like in Silver doing that, it's obviously hard. So, okay, let's put us in a Silver perspective. Like I will try a 5-man push one more time. Maybe a 1-4 split on B. would be a great idea. But if that doesn't work, fuck it. You know, like I'll just do the opposite of what my teammates are doing. Because, you know, what we notice in this VOD review is that your teammates are surviving usually here and here. They get stopped there, very slow there and whatever. And then enemies from behind you fuck you up. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can just deal with that and take maybe 1 or 2 or 3 kills.
No, I didn't like.
Easily. I hope you do some LL coaching. A lot of people have been asking me that, bro. And I'm really sad that I'm really sad that I lost the touch with the league. I invested so much time in that game. I'm gonna try to come back. Like, I got the Emerald 4 in less than, I don't know, 50-60 games, and it was quite easy. I'll try to get at least Master Tier and maybe do some coaching, because I need to. I just don't know power plays anymore. You know, the timings, the rotations. Like, I need some time to come back. And if I start doing some League of Legends coaching, it's probably gonna be free. You know, because in Valorant I cannot do stuff for free because, brother, I invested 6 years in studying this fucking game, making my coaching programs and plans and stuff like that. But league coaching might be just something I do for fun.
To do something Yeah, I know. You need a skin?
And anyways, there is no way. There is no way I'll be able to get Challenger ever again. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Going to the Louvre. Louvre, amazing.
No thanks, bro. Not this
Je
one,
m'appelle Sisi. Hold that angle. Especially if your teammates are not scaling up. You know, basically, if your teammates didn't cross this line, just hold it. And then scale up with your teammates. I mean, enemies are doing this peak every round. Enemies are doing this peak every round. How many times do we need to die and lose our teammates before we start holding this angle properly and expect? Okay, but Charlatan, I just can't react on that. No problem. You are playing Clove. Start the round by doing this. What's the problem? Now enemies cannot do the peak. We push them back. Start the round by doing this. Now enemies cannot do that peak. We scale up, take the space for our team, and that's it. That's another solution. But losing another ally here, like, how many times are we gonna die? Thanks God, like, Phoenix is stupid. I wanted to say something racist, but I'm not gonna do that. It's really fucked up when you have some internal jokes with your friends and when you don't speak English as a main language. That's all I'm gonna say. Frost is gonna expose me one day and it's not gonna be good. I want fitness coaching. Relax. Actually, yesterday I started going to the gym again, and maybe maybe what I'm gonna do with you guys, like, I'm gonna share for free, like, the plans that I'm gonna do. Like, yesterday I developed a plan for myself, like a diet and the gym plan for the next 3 months. And once I complete that, once I see the results, I mean, the results are gonna be good anyways. Like, I'll just give you for free everything on my Discord server, of course. Like, everything is gonna be there. Both League of Legends and. Now, listen. One very important thing that you're not doing during this game, and that you're really disrespecting, is that you're assuming that your teammates will expect the enemies, that your teammates will properly peek the enemies, and take a proper fight with the enemies. And that's almost never going to happen. So how can we fix this problem that happened right now? Now, how can we prevent this Jett from dying? Generally speaking, like, in every rank, almost every rank, like, if you're doing a 5-man push somewhere, like, you really want to run in front of your teammates, if you already have an option to do that, and jump spot the angles for them. Like, you reveal the enemies, you bait out the enemy shots, you don't rely on your initiator to use a proper utility to scout for the enemies. And your teammates are not gonna die from some kind of a bullshit, such as Omen playing a default position with the operator. Omen is gonna miss the shot. Your Jet will be ready for a fight. You will be ready for a fight as well. But my guy has some kind of a fetish with this iPad, and I don't know what it is, bro. Is it the circles? You know? I mean, it's same as all of the 3 other circles as well, but I don't know, man. And just keep in mind, like, when you drop a smoke in this little square right here on the map, you see, the smoke is terrible. Like, it can go down. It's so bad. Like, just look at this. Like, it's gonna go left, go right. Just do it on this ledge here. And towards the enemies. Bam. That's it. How enemies don't have a single angle, off angle from which they can peek you, and we can move in. How many hours to get decent in this game? I have no idea, man. Like, League of Legends is the game that is hard to learn, but easy to master, in my opinion. So I would say that for League, I don't know. I really don't know. I know some people that are playing for 500 hours, and they're bronze and silver, basically. It really depends, same as in Valorant and any other game. But the game is really that type of a game that is just hard to learn, but easy to master. Like, it's very easy playing it in Master Tier, Grandmaster, and Challenge. I don't know, like, once you learn all of the shits about it. Same as Valorant, like, Valorant is same as League, like, hard to actually get good at the game, but once you get good, you know, it's not that big of a deal, like. While Dota 2 and CS2 is the opposite, in my opinion. They're both, especially CS2. CS2 is really, really hard to... It's really easy to pick up. I mean, it's just shoot heads at the beginning and that's it. But really, really hard to be, you know, one of the best in that game. You don't have that many options, you know? You either kill an enemy or you don't. You don't have a Judge Bucky smokes fucking Tejo barrage of fire.
Spike down, B. Last player standing.
I can't intersect without you.
But, you see, even in these type of fights as well, like that you need to pick based on timings and information. In these type of fights as well, you want to play on information. Not based on your feeling, not based on like some imaginary shit that's happening in your head. Like, you know that Raze is in the Chinatown right now. You know that Fade is using a dog behind you and Fade is really close. You have the info that you will definitely fight the Fade, but you don't have the info that you will definitely fight the Raze immediately. So that your first target needs to be that Fade. And we need to completely ignore the Raze. Once we finish the Fade fight, then we can focus on this fight.
I can't intersect without you.
Like, Valorant is a very simple game once you understand, like, around 20 or 30 rules that are the most important for ranked solo queue grind. Everything else is just, you know, upgrading these rules a bit here and there, depending on certain sequences. Listen, this is probably the round where I would just abandon the 5-man executes completely. And I would do what I recommended you to do in the previous round. Fuck it. My teammates don't know how to execute the sites. We're dying like imbeciles. And we are way too slow. Let's punish the enemies that are hyper-aggressive, over-aggressive, and let's try to make an opening elsewhere. Like right now, I would pick... First of all, I would carry the spike every single round of this match. Anyways, you're playing Clove, you're not gonna dash into the A site with a spike. You know? Second of all, right now with the spike, I would play with my ISO, and I would let my Sage, Jet, and Reyna do whatever the fuck they want on B. Let them go. And I would just wait with ISO, the push through the A-main area of the map. We kill that guy in the A-main, and no matter what happens on the opposite part of the map, at least we found an opening and we can do something about it. If we continue playing like this, and we just allow the enemies to make a sandwich out of us everywhere, we're just fucked. But also, you know, Split is a map where one thing is very important when the 5-man pushes are not working, and that is the mid control. Like, as soon as you notice that your 5-man here is not working, you start fighting either for A tower control or the mid control. And you do some splits or some defaulting. So now, okay, we can fight on mid as well. Like. You're holding that smoke for who and what? Instead of holding B-man with Jet.
Just wait. No, Jet.
The Jet is moving like an NPC, man. Look at this.
Just wait. No, Jet.
Bro, sometimes Savisha, I think if I was worse at the video games, I would have more fun. Definitely. This would be my peak of entertainment. Every single day. Sage wall beam in.
Drop in a smoke.
Can I ask, why did you use the smokes? You see on the minimap that the B-man is walled. Michelle, how do you know the B-man is walled? You see it based on your teammates' vision cones. Like these little cones on the minimap tell you what the fuck your teammates see at that moment of time. If the vision cones are not going past this point, there's a Sage wall, or there's a smoke. But the smoke would look different. It would look like, you know, like a cove, basically, like a circle. What are you smoking? Let's destroy the wall, and then we can use the smokes, or wait for the wall to disappear, and then use the smokes. But there's also another problem. Like, you should always expect, when you see these early walls from, I mean, generally, when you see the Sage wall, play with your teammates around that wall. Sage is always gonna be on top of it, on top of the boxes, behind the walls. Like, basically, you see this type of wall on Split. Expect everything and anything. You know, like, for example, what the Sage can do, she can maybe leave a small gap on left or right side and wait for you to peek there. You're just fucking cooked. You know. Like, peeking this shit is GG. You don't see her, she sees you, you're fucking dead. Then, she can maybe play here, wait for you, kill you. She can now be up here, you need to be ready for that. Then, you destroy this part of the wall, but you don't destroy this part. Be ready for this as well. You need to be ready for all of this shit when you're playing against the Sage. Actually, that's true, but Simon, like, you notice funny behavior only because you're Radiant and you know what is wrong. I guess it will be fun, but maybe less. Yeah, actually true.
Drop in a smoke. No peeking.
Chef, don't move.
They already heard steps. Someone said. Come mid with me, someone. Someone is coming.
Actually, whatever your Reyna is saying right now is probably the best idea to do. Like, resetting the round now and just taking the mid control would probably be the best idea. But we need to be careful. We need to check the sewers and be ready for the enemies behind us.
Okay, let's go.
Watch this.
Someone's mid.
Now is the time to pull out that iPad and give your team a smoke on mid and play with them. Play with them. Play with them. Play with them.
Someone in there.
Play with them. Play. How they don't have a smoke on mid now? This whole match you had a fetish for the smokes. How they don't have smokes? So Oh, that's how they don't have a smokes on mid. Because you wasted both of the fucking smokes for nothing. So chill with the smokes. You know, relax. Do them when you're absolutely certain we're gonna go for an execute and that we're gonna go in. Clear the angles first, clear the main areas of the maps first, and then use the smokes.
Reloading.
Also, when you have the Clove ultimate on the attacker side, you can also act as a duelist. You know, don't be afraid to play a bit more aggressively. You have a second life, you can take extra space for your team, and you can play up front.
I think someone said be careful.
Have one of these.
Okay, we definitely want to avoid that fight and play with our Sage and Reyna as soon as possible. We want to play... Ooh, Jesus Christ, I love that play from the Reyna. Literally, I don't see that sometimes even in Platinum and Diamond lobbies. I paused the clip because I wanted to say right now why would it be very important for him to play with the Sage and Reyna. Because I thought that these guys are not going to check this and this position. Actually, this shit might won us this round, maybe.
Hold you, man.
No peeking.
Jump in.
Be careful.
Bro, first game in a week and you got a wall hackery enemy. Not even hiding it. No worries, you'll get 3 rank rating refund.
30 seconds left.
Carriers
Jump
down.
100.
I have the spike down A.
Reloading.
Omen is low.
No charges.
Okay, so now what should we do in this 2v2? First of all, it should not be a 2v2 like you should have played with your Sage and Reyna much faster. But whatever. So you need to play first. You need to play like a kamikaze right now. Like after this Sage kill, I would tell Reyna to slow down and we need to drop on the bomb site, take the elbow, take the CT, and you're literally trying to die first, basically, and take the first contact. Because if you don't do that, maybe we're not even gonna have a chance to use our ultimate.
Behind you, Chad.
Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
10 seconds
You're
left.
like,
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Well, we did have a chance to use it, but not for the right reasons.
look, we
Let's
have
crack them open.
there's no point. Or we have to push him very fast.
Like, one thing that's really slowing you down on the attacker side is you're thinking about the smokes too much. You know, like basically you should practice this in a custom server. And the one good thing about the smokes in Valorant, and when you should do them, is that for every single execute, for every single push, for every single scale up, like you have exact positions when you do the smokes. Like when your teammates cross a specific angle, or they take a specific area of the map, or something like that. And you're just opening your iPad way too soon, losing the timing to play with your allies, and you're just focusing on utility usage, rather than focusing on first fighting with your teammates and then using your utility.
But they're still gonna work.
As I said, like, you know, if I had these type of teammates and team play is not working anymore, it's time to punish the enemies. Like in the games, where you have bad and passive teammates with yourself. There is only one solution. Only one. Your only focus is on making numbers advantage alone. Like your focus is on the enemies, not on the team play anymore. Like you're asking yourself, can I somehow fuck up the enemies alone, which is gonna give my teammates higher chances of winning the rounds? The answer in this match is yes, and the answer is like fucking up these enemies that are pushing Suver, Seimin, mid, and stuff like that. So right now, maybe we can start in this, you know, Suver's enemies are probably gonna push Amen and mid. We can try to kill both of these guys. And that's it.
Drop in a smoke.
Listen, you never, like, Spectre is a weapon that you only buy in one round. There is only one round where you play Spectre in Valorant. And that is the second anti-eco round. There isn't any other scenario, any other economy round where you buy the Spectre. So here, how much money do we have? You have money. Okay, Sheriff and Light Shield, absolutely fine. And we will have money to play the next full buy round. If you wanna force,
Forgive me if I...
Stinger, heavy shield utility, much better option for these type of rounds, and especially on split that is a mega claustrophobic map.
I overextend. Oh, half.
There's no point. Or we have to push him very fast. But they're still gonna wall.
Drop in a smoke.
Don't go mid. Don't go mid.
He's not falling for that, bro. Yeah, he already walled mid. Come, we can go A.
A huge problem of this round is, I mean, on a macro level, we can fuck up these enemies in so many different ways. Like, literally, you have so many different solutions and so many different callouts that you could have given to your teammates to win these rounds. You know, like, for example, doing a basic 1-3-1 default can work. And we're just focusing on punishing the enemies that are aggressive. Doing a 1-4 split on B would definitely work. Doing a 5-man push onto A tower and just fighting for A tower would also work in this lobby. The problem here is, yes, like, the guy can literally be Suvers, and on this range with a Spectre, this is gonna go wrong.
Yeah.
The Stinger is still better than the Spectre. Yes. Like, I would still... Listen, they're equal in terms of firepower. But in terms of economy, like, Stinger is much better. 500 credits less, still the same weapon, still the same gunplay, except now the recoil kicks in after 5th bullet, not 6th. And that's it. Ooh, 6th bullet, literally doesn't matter.
Maybe up. Quick with me, I'm waiting for you. Come, guys. Come, look here.
ADS, no, Spectre ADS doesn't exist. Like basically, this is never an option. Fuck that shit, like. You know, Stinger ADS, once you learn how to control it, it can be demolishing on these ranges.
Fuck mid.
Go with him. روح يا أزف.
We might win this round, to be honest. Unintentionally. We might unintentionally win this round. Sage can get a Jet can get a kill on top of the wall on Sage, and all we need to do right now is clear the spawn and properly clear these angles, and we can win this round.
Shift, he's coming. Stay here, he's coming.
Listen, ADS of a Spectre, you only want to use if you're fighting enemies in long ranges, which you never want to do with Spectre anyways, if it is possible. Here, hip fire.
Don't show yourself, stay here.
And how should we play this setup right now? You cannot be the first contact. Why? Because your Reyna is here. Reyna cannot see that guy. The first contact is always the player that cannot play a proper crossfire setup or a reflex setup. Like, this Reyna is going to be useless if you get this type of a contact. Let the Reyna get the first contact, and then you swing. If you were here, you tell your teammates, hide guys, I'm gonna get the first contact, peek on my contact. To be honest, like, even pushing this now, like, I will do it. There's no way that enemies are gonna expect you.
Maybe we should go up, I don't know, we don't have much time.
Yo, John Marston, what's you, man?
Come peek with me.
80, 98. Why is that here important? Are you...
I'll spike it down.
You should have been ready for this. Your Reyna was ready for it, but why are you not ready for this?
Come on, Savannah.
Holy shit, man. How did we get this frag, bro? You don't need to ADS on this range. It's as a matter of fact, it's really bad.
Spike down.
Did you think in your childhood that you were gonna become a Valorant coach? No.
A.
You got 30 seconds.
Dropping smoke.
30
That I'm gonna become a content creator, yes. Absolutely. But a coach in a video game? No.
seconds left.
I think being a cocaine addict was higher on my list. Once again, your pathing, scaling up can be much better. We talked about this. Now, this is a very interesting scenario. What do we do here? We have a Spectre, the guy has an Operator. Yes, we should run him down. But if you have a Medal, and an enemy is already stuck somewhere, medal that guy out of his fucking existence and run him down. Because if the guy gets medaled here, this Omen, you can literally go for a run and gun and kill him with one bullet to the body. Like these are exactly the scenarios where medal is so powerful of Clove. Here, you know that Omen is there. You just do this, and now, literally, you can do this. You're gonna kill him, probably. Okay, this is Valorant mistake 101. Fuck the spike. So, you plant the spike on the attacker's side only when there's nothing better for you to do at that moment of time. You cannot play with your teammates. None of your teammates are aggressive. We clear the whole site. Everything is silent. Then you plant the spike. If there is something better for you to do, give that spike to your teammates. Let them plant the spike. If they don't want to do it, do every other job that there is to do on the bomb site, and at that moment of time, and then plant the spike. At your skill level, and in your elo, it doesn't matter when you plant the spike. 4 seconds, 40 seconds, 54, 1 minute. Most of the rounds will be decided not on the timer, not by spike detonating, but by you taking proper fights with your teammates, and alone. The only times when planting the spike is important for you, of course. There's no more time to plant the spike. Let's plant it ASAP. ASAP. You're playing an eco round. You're in some kind of a disadvantage. Economy, numbers. Let's try to plant it as soon as possible. We need to win on the timer. Here, we are 5e. 4. Enemy Omen is in the elbow. Kill that guy first and then plant the spike. Check every angle first, then plant the spike. At the end of the day, give the spike to Sage, let the Sage plant the spike, and you do something else.
Over! You're dead!
My dude was risking his whole life just to put a little cube on the ground.
Planted.
Also, there's the Operator in the elbow, like, you should definitely get it instead of a Spectre. Especially when you're 85 HP and the Phoenix with the ultimate is pushing you from the left side. And anyways, you should be playing this postman from the right side, not around this. Like, this position is a big no-no in a postplant on split, when you're playing from the side. This position, big no-no. These two positions, sometimes okay. You know. This position here, sometimes okay. These two positions, usually quite decent. So, green means good, yellow okay, shaky hands, red no. That's it.
Yeah.
Face your fear!
That's criminal. Criminal gunplay. We're gonna... listen, man, like, when it comes to mechanical skill, I already decided what type of training you're gonna do. We'll talk about it later.
One enemy remaining.
And this is probably gonna be the first time where you... we'll see about it.
Your fear!
One enemy remaining.
Face your fear!
And listen, like, reset yourself for the fights. You don't need to take every fight in the game. You just kill the Phoenix in the ultimate, reload the weapon, hide behind the screens, and then take the fight with a Fade. Now, what is very important for you to understand in Valorant, and as a player in low elo, is the power of peeker's advantage, proper crosshair placement, and angle perception advantage and disadvantage. Basically, those three things are probably the most important shit in Valorant. Like, that is like a trinity force when it comes to fighting enemies in this game. Getting the info where the enemies are, for proper crosshair placement, and then doing some kind of a peek or positioning based on, you know, position in which we are playing at that moment of time. Like this spot here, for an example. Fade knows exactly where you are. She can have a pretty decent crosshair placement for you. She also has a really high peeker's advantage because she's peeking with a double step mechanic, as well as from the wall that is closer to her. So even if you had a perfect crosshair placement for this guy, it is almost impossible for you to win this fight against the Fade. So let that Fade ultimate hit you, hide behind a cover, and then we live to fight another day and choose a better fight instead of this one.
Smoke heaven, smoke heaven.
I will go high.
We talked about this.
Spike down B.
Heal me, heal me, heal me, heal me, heal.
Last player.
Listen, man, like, this whole wall here is pretty spammable. Like, basically, you know, if an enemy is stuck there with a operator or something, so essentially, like, you know, Omen fire the shot right now, like, drop this shit onto him, spam him. You know, if you hit him with a medal, he is gonna be at around 60 HP, or maybe even lower. 2 bullets through this wall will get him out of the server. Better than waiting for Omen to re-peek us and definitely kill us. You know, then demonstrate how to properly peek. Okay, so generally speaking, you know, the most powerful type of peek in Valorant, and the best type of peek, is the following. Like, first you get the info where the enemies are, exactly. You know, maybe by jiggle peeking them, or by jump spotting them, or with some utility. Then, you peek the enemies from the wall that is closer to you. Not from the furthest wall, but a closer wall. This, for an example. So, you jump spotted the enemies, you saw the guy is here. You place your crosshair inside of the wall, you go for 2 footsteps. 1, 2, take a shot. That is when you get the highest momentum and the highest, like, quote-unquote peeker's advantage in the game, where it's really hard for the enemies to actually react on that first shot of yours. Now, this heavily depends, of course, on which angle you're playing. You know, from what position enemy is playing, which position you are playing, and stuff like that. But generally speaking, like, reacting onto this type of shit, especially in lower elo lobbies, where players don't have a good mechanical skill anyways, is really hard. Like, almost impossible, because of latency, ping difference, and all of the other bullshits in this game. And usually, like, in low elo, you know, going for a bit wider peek is never a bad idea. Almost never a bad idea when you're taking a 1v1 fight. Because what I see in low elo is players really have some kind of a fetish where they hold every single angle and wall with this type of a crosshair placement. Like, they're literally making love to this wall with a crosshair, you know, like, fucking the wall with a crosshair. Like, where your crosshair should be depends, like, how do you think enemies are gonna peek you, and almost never in Valorant, like, you have your crosshair like this. But a lot of people do that. And That's it, basically, like. Now, in this example, as I said, like, instead of you waiting for Omen to decimate all of your allies, drop the medal, spam him through the wall. Maybe you get a kill, maybe not, but at least... At least this ISO is not gonna die at all. My gameplay isn't going to get any better, believe me. I don't understand. What? It is! Listen, man. Mark, the thing is, like, during these VOD reviews, I'm only pointing out your mistakes and giving you some solutions. Like, as soon as I finish this VOD, I'm gonna hit you up with a wall of text in private messages, and I'm gonna give you a training for all of this shit. And I'm gonna give you a step-by-step things that you're gonna follow. And if you follow them, I guarantee to you, like, you're gonna laugh at this VOD review and this gameplay in a few months from now.
Last player standing.
Well, the whole Avenger squad assembled. I heard holding your crosshair close to the wall like that is good for opping. It really depends. Let's talk about that. You know, we can talk about the crosshair placement a bit. Why not? You know, anyways, we're gonna be on the defender's side later. So, when you're holding tight angles, you don't have that many options, obviously. You know, if you hold the angles as tight as your reaction time allows you, how do you hold an angle such as this one? You hold always for the furthest enemy peak. So if enemies are peeking you from right to left, your crosshair should always be placed all the way on the left side. So you're trying to catch the enemy's movement with this crosshair placement. But if the enemy stops here, or he goes for a jiggle peek, you only need to do right micro corrections and the right flicks, and that's it. Period. Now, if you hear the enemies pushing fast, like you can hear the enemy's footsteps, and you know they're gonna go, you know, either for a jiggle peek or for a wide peek, you place your crosshair basically one player model away from the wall. Like, you know, you need to imagine, like, you know, if this is how fat the Clove is, like your crosshair should be somewhere around this line. So basically, let me just see. Yeah, basically like this for this angle. And you're holding not only for the wide swing, but you're also holding for a jiggle peek. If enemies go for a wide swing, all you need to do is this. If enemies go for a jiggle peek and they stop, small micro correction to the left, enemies are dead. You don't need to worry about the left and right flicks or some shit like that. You're trying to catch the enemies on your crosshair, or you're just going for the left flicks. And the only times when you should be holding the angles this close is if you don't know how the enemies are gonna peek you. Like, if you think that enemies are gonna go for a jump spot, we can hold a bit tighter, of course. If you don't, like, let's say for example, I'm holding this angle and I don't hear any enemy's footsteps. You know, here you should be able to hear the enemy's footsteps. You know, if they are doing this. But if you don't hear the footsteps, then what are the enemies doing? They're going for a slow peek with a shift. So your crosshair should be here, closer to the wall. Because anyways, enemies are gonna peek you like this. It's gonna be a really, really slow peek. And you wanna catch them as soon as you see their shoulder. You see the first pixel during a slow peek with this type of a crosshair placement. First yellow pixel. The foot, shoulder, elbow, some insta shot.
He don't even deserve one kill, he's just camping and...
Player standing.
He don't even deserve one kill, he's just camping and... Yeah, we're definitely not going big.
Music to my ears. Europe is always a music to my ears.
Yeah.
I got
Can you give aim advice? For some reason while holding and I press fire button, my mouse suddenly jumps. Is it due to wait. So, can you give me an advice? For some reason, while holding, I press fire button, my mouse suddenly jumps. Is it due to tenseness? Tenseness or mouse grip to blame? Botsai, give me on Discord like some example, man. Give me some clip example. I'll tell you tomorrow or next stream. Like compile some list and I'll tell you. I don't know. Like I mean I know what you mean, but I just want to see some gameplay examples. It's okay. I'll give you like 5 clips free coaching. I'm gold 3. Sometimes I get meshed up against silvers. Sometimes against platinums. Oh, how come? Because Valorant matchmaking is shit. You know, let me explain. So what happens a lot of the times is a lot of the players quit this game long time ago. And basically, there's a lot of Immortal, Ascendant, and Diamond players that don't play Valorant anymore. You know, they play maybe 10 games every act. And they are tanking down their rank every act by resetting the fucking rank. But they are not grinding. They're not grinding like... the game. Now, how come Diamonds and Platinums cannot land a single headshot on me, but Silvers one-tap me no matter the situation? But it can be the same reason. You know, you might be playing like against some Ascendant, Immortal, Diamond players that quit the game long time ago. You know, they basically play 10 matches every act, while these Silvers are literally playing the game 24/7. A player being Silver doesn't mean that that player is bad at everything. You know, a lot of the Silver and Gold players, they actually have a okayish mechanical skill. But they are Silver and Gold because they suck at everything else. Macro gameplay 0, micro gameplay 0, positioning 0, team play 0, utility user 0, agent mastery 0, game sense 0. And all they do is play deathmatch and play ranked and brute force the ranks. So that's generally the problem of low elo players. Like when you're playing between Iron 1 and Diamond 3, you're never expecting enemies to players to be mechanically bad. I mean, of course, they're not better than a Radiant or Immortal, but you're expecting players to be mentally disabled and bad in terms like if you have good game knowledge, good positioning, good utility usage, cheesy strategies in your setups, and good strategies, you can go from Iron 1 to Ascendant 1 in a matter of weeks or months. Like, the main mistake of these players is not usually mechanical skill, that they're playing the game 24/7. Very rarely, like, you can just take a 50-50 fights against them and just win the games based on 50-50 fights. You want to abuse their mental damage, as Acid Voyager said, you know. They're stupid, usually, and that is what you can abuse. Now, why you get insta-headshotted, that might also be the problem of your positioning and how you take the fights. Maybe you're just forcing, like, too many of these 50-50 fights, where you are way too predictable. Enemies expect you, you know, you're not trying to outplay them in any way or shape or form. Listen, man, stop buying the Spectre, the Stinger. There is no way. Then on the attacker side, in 2 rounds, you play Spectre. There's just no way. Like, how much money we have in this round? 2,000 credits. Get a light shield. Get all of the utility. Get a sheriff. Fuck it. Better than Spectre. And also, like, listen here. Your economy is your team's economy. Your team's economy is your economy. If Sage can already drop you a Spectre, Harvey Spectre, as for the drop, at least try it. So it's a team play game. We're in the same match, trying to win the same game. You know? Sage, can you drop me a Spectre? Request. Then again, Sage, can you please drop me a Spectre? Sage, I'm begging you, Sage, I'm gonna suck your fucking big fat. Please drop me a Spectre. Then, in 2 seconds before the round starts, Sage is not dropping you a Spectre. Then you buy it yourself. If you're already forcing.
Sage, why are you dying so fast?
Now listen, whenever your teammates are taking the mid control of split, if you have 2 or more teammates going through mid, look at the minimap, and you need to give them one of these 2 smokes. One of these smokes needs to be dropped. If you see on the minimap that 2 of your teammates are here.
Sage, why are you dying so fast?
Drop in a smoke.
Yeah, 105 guys, go kill it fast.
Pew. No charges.
Thanks, Clove. Thanks.
How is that your fault?
That's a kill. Fight.
Okay.
Ult
Nice,
is
go
ready.
down.
All I'm gonna say is, you need to be a bit, you know, I don't know why you're ADSing so much. Like, on this type of a range, you don't want to ADS. Like, ADS is, okay, when do you ADS in Valorant? When do you do this shit? So, you ADS when you're holding tight angles. Because anyways, you're just shooting for one shot or a burst fire. You ADS when you're low HP on any range and you just need to hit a headshot. Like, enemies can just spit on you and you need to hit a head. In long range fight, sure, you can ADS, even in medium range sometimes. But 2 enemies are fighting at the same moment of time. In a close range gunfight, a right click does not exist for you.
Can't use that.
Unless you're playing operator.
Not ready yet.
Today.
Now, same tip as before, if you're scaling up through an area of the map where there is a sage wall, your crosshair should be on top of the wall. Crosshair.
Go.
So you kill this motherfucker.
Distraction.
Nice. Oh, what?
What the fuck?
TP'd out.
Go.
One enemy remaining.
I don't know what you're doing right now. Okay, this is also a very big tip that you should try to apply in your gameplay. Never tunnel vision on the callouts. Like basically, your positioning and what you do in a game of Valorant completely depends on what you see on the minimap and on your screen. Like, don't try to be too smart. A lot of the times in low elo, that's not good. And no matter what type of quality your teammates give you, and no matter like what type of quality you give to your teammates, first look at the minimap and see what they're gonna do and what are the enemies actually doing, and then decide if we can commit to that shit. I mean, here, if your teammates are not going A, stay with them on mid. Let's finish this fight with the Omen and then decide what to do next. Why not ADS as much as I can if it's it is not the safest way to fight? How is it a safest way to fight? Like with Vandal, the bullet spread is almost identical. With the Phantom as well. Like you ADS only to be slightly more precise as you're holding these tight angles and in long range fights. But you reduce the fire rate significantly if you're going for a burst fire or for a bit longer spray. Then, two enemies are fighting you. Like, this is much easier than this. Like, you reduce the fire rate of a Spectre for no reason. Why not hold tight angles every fight if it is the safest? I mean, depends where you end up then. Like, I mean, like, you cannot always hold, especially on the attacker side. Like, you cannot always position yourself in a way to hold some kind of a tight angle. Like that, you know. What is the main purpose of holding these tight angles? You're not really holding these angles to get a kill. You're holding them to maybe get a kill, but to get the information primarily. Because what you want to do with this type of angles, we're kind of countering the enemy's peeker's advantage. Like, even if the enemy peeks me here and I don't take a kill here, now I am in the control of a second fight. Because I can peek at any moment of time. I can peek however the fuck I want. Crouch peek, wider peek, come closer to the wall. Now I'm in a control of a fight. And I'm abusing the peeker's advantage, not that motherfucker. I feel like I'm not a bad of a player. Katarasi, I need to say one thing. I need to say one thing to you. Hey, just a second. I'm gonna tell you right now everything. Hey coach, I feel I'm not that bad of a player, but I have zero confidence in myself while playing. And I think that is holding me back. Any tips? I need to say something to you. Specifically to you. I saw you. I saw what you're doing. I saw what you're doing and it makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. I saw you in the Voodoo's chat. And Maisky as well. That's a betrayal. That's a instant mistake in your Valorant grind. I don't know what. Okay, just a second. I feel like I'm not that bad of a player, but have zero confidence myself while playing, and I think that is holding me back. Any tips? Why do you have zero confidence? Now let's get to the root of the problem. Like, what is actually stopping you to have more confidence? Is it something external, some type of a mindset? Are you afraid that your teammates are gonna judge you? Are you afraid to go for the place? Like, what is... Try to answer that first. And I'll give you a better answer.
Go, 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 go.
One enemy remaining.
When you ADS, you see bigger heads, easy headshots. Actually, true.
Go, B.
Like, why are you afraid?
بلان 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 لا انت يا اسطى اخلص
30 seconds.
Listen, so basically here, listen, in this whenever you end up 3v1, 4v2 and stuff like that, when you have a huge numbers advantage, it really doesn't matter where we go to end that round, to plant the spike. The only thing that matters is that we play together. So if your teammates want to go B, just go B with them. If your teammates want to go A with them. But just don't lose the timing to play together with them. And that's it.
Left.
We're gonna close this round in one way or another. We can just fight together. I'm looking at the chat. I'm gonna answer now. Just see how this is gonna end.
Making cover. Enemy spotted B.
Okay, now once again we come back to that crossfire setup that we explained a few rounds ago. Your jet is on the right side, and you are here the first contact. Who should be the first contact right now? Your jet. We need to beat the shit out of that guy. And the reason is very simple. If you die in this 1v1, your jet cannot fight with you. If jet takes the first contact, you can fight together with jet. Like, that is the only question you ask yourself when you're holding some angle together with your teammates. Who should be the first contact? It doesn't matter the health points, the weapons, the guns. Sometimes the guns matter, but like right now, you cannot be the first. Even though you have the ultimate, you cannot die first. Because there's no reason to die first.
Here, catch! Drop in a
Did you comment his mid smoke? It was reversed, helping the enemy. We established that our friend Mark Johnson has huge problems with the smokes, and he knows what he needs to do.
smoke.
Last player standing.
Late him. She's making it that down.
I don't know why you went CT, why you went spawn there. So, you heard that enemy Fade used a dog here. So what do? So enemy Fade is CT. We're 2 versus 1. She used the dog like this. Yes, she can go here. She can go through the CT. How do we play this setup with our jet? We hold the push from the tower like this. Why? We're still close enough to play with our jet and to play a refrag, but also we're covering the tower push as well. And we have a perfect weapon for this type of a fight anyways. That is how our positioning should look like in these type of examples. Like, generally speaking, when you end up 2v1, 3v1, like, you're just figuring out the best way to play with your teammates. And that should be your only concern. Nothing else.
Up in a smoke.
Last player standing.
Late him. She's making it that down. No!
Back like I never left.
Take a vandal and save.
Okay, let's answer now on the Katrasi question. Just a moment. So, I'm afraid of dying, and I'm a girl. Okay, I'm afraid of dying. Okay, first of all, one of the worst things you can do in Valorant is when you end up in some kind of a situation, you just freeze and you don't do anything. Like, listen, when you're trying to become better at anything, like, first you need to fail thousands of times before you become better at that something. Like, for an example, I'm gonna give you one very simple example. Like, when I started playing Omen, for an example, before that, I was a jet main. The first month of me playing Omen was comical. Somehow I got Radiant, but it was a fucking comedy show. Like, I made so many mistakes. I fucked up my teammates, fucked up the enemies, fucked up everyone. Yes, people were flaming me, but you don't give a shit. We all have to start somewhere. No one was born Omen main, no one was born a CEO of some company. You put yourself in that position. You need to learn somewhere. You know? The worst thing that you can do for your growth in anything is just tapping at the same place and doing the same shit that is not working over and over again. So, you should not be afraid to die in a video game. You should be experimenting, you know, like, basically every single player in Valorant needs to go through a huge trial and error period of time. Like, you need to have that period of time in your gameplay. Even if it is like 6 months, 12 months, 1 whole year, 3 months, 2, it doesn't matter. Especially if you're trying a new playstyle, new this, new that, if you're trying to implement the good stuff as well. You need to learn what is good, what is bad, what is optimal. How are you gonna do that? You're gonna put yourself in different situations, you're gonna experiment, and you're gonna grow. Now, you're afraid of dying. As far, you know, this message sends me the vibes that you're afraid of dying because your teammates are gonna judge you. You behave towards the players in Valorant like they're AI. They're not bots because of their gameplay or skill level. They're literally AI. And you got specific AI with yourself against a specific 5-man AI team as well. And you're trying to figure out a way how you can win a match in that AI lobby that you got presented. You cannot emotionally attach yourself to the games that you play or to the people that you play with or against. You should not give a shit about them. About these basement dwellers that spend 500 hours in silver or gold and they think they're better than you. Like, if you're playing in the same rank with 9 players, you probably deserve to be there. And they also deserve to be there as well. They cannot judge you. How can they judge you at all? If we're in the same elo, with the same MMR. What? Like, the only thing that you should be afraid of is consistently making bad decisions and bad plays, even though you know that something is a bad play and bad decision. And the only thing you should be afraid of is consistently tapping in the same place for fucking years and months because you're not allowing yourself to grow and to become a better version of yourself. That's the only thing you should be afraid of. Nothing else. Like, now, being a girl in a Valorant community definitely has its downsides. Like, a lot of the downsides, to be honest, because this community is mentally distorted. But that should, like, as long as you're confident in yourself, as long as you're confident in your callouts, as long as you're trying to win, you're trying to do better, literally nothing else matters. Now, afraid of losing, it's okay. It's part of your growth. Like, every single player that I coach, but, you know, you don't go like this. You go like this. Like, that's how your improvement process looks like. You'll go from gold to diamond, then from diamond to silver, then from silver to ascendant. Like, it's normal. You're gonna have good acts, bad acts, good episodes, bad episodes. But what's very important is that you're consistently working on yourself and trying to get better, no matter what. Like, the only thing that matters is the end result. Once you decide to quit Valorant. Like, where did you end up your career at that moment of time? And are you satisfied with it? Nothing else matters. Like, as long as you're playing the game, you're gonna play millions of games of Valorant. Millions. And losing one match in 2025 is not gonna impact who you are in 2028 if you still continue playing this game. And listen, if you lose a match because of your mistakes. That's even better than losing a mistakes because of your teammates' mistakes and because you were afraid to control the outcome of your rounds in games. At least you'll learn something. You can learn from that shit. But if you're consistently losing the games because of your allies, because you don't want to take the control of your games, of how you position yourself on defense, what you do on attack, you learn nothing. Literally nothing. I've been taught into this game, okay, this comment his, yeah, with start playing Clove, okay. I used to struggle a lot with getting judged. You can ask, he was playing with me a lot. The best advice I can give that takes time to come to fruition is that you have to realize that nothing is personal. It can be personal, they don't know. Exactly. Like, literally, I think, but there was never a moment of time where the words of my teammates impacted my mentality. Because I don't give a fuck about you. Unless I'm duo queue with you, and unless you're my friend, and I know you. You know, if my friend says something bad about me, maybe I'm gonna consider it. But maybe I'm gonna consider it. But the best way to grind any competitive video game online is you don't behave towards your teammates and enemies as humans. They are not humans at all to you. You behave towards them as a stepping stone, as something that you need to overcome, as something that you need to figure out how to work with around, and the only thing that you care about when it comes to your teammates is what type of info they're giving you. And are they listening to you, and what type of teammates they are. Their personal opinions on your gameplay or on like you being a girl, it doesn't fucking matter. Especially that topic, like gender bender shit, man. Like, brother, you know, I have my opinions on that, like, but literally, I don't fucking care if Elon Musk is playing the game with me. If fucking Reptile is in my team or against me, like, whoever gives a shit about that is mentally disabled for some reason, and then he needs to touch some grass and do something else in his life. Like, literally, relax, brother. There's bigger things to worry about, such as winning a game of Valorant. You know, that's winning a game of Valorant is pretty important. I'm not gonna lie. My GF left the game. I would have too if I wasn't addicted, to be honest. Okay, you always say that it's more important to win the round than getting kills, but the game forces you to be a kill dog. No, not necessarily. Like, especially as you get to Ascendant, Immortal, and Radiant, like, you don't get awarded that much for getting the kills. And, okay, this is a problem of your mindset. Like, you should be a kill dog when the match is unwinnable. Like, there's a lot of games in Valorant where I know the match is unwinnable. You know, I know that my teammates are mentally distorted. One guy leaves the game. 2 people are muted. We're losing 3-10. I'm gonna be a kill dog. I'm gonna just focus on getting as many kills as possible and keeping the health of my account. But as long as I see the game is winnable, I'm gonna do everything to win the rounds. And that's it. Like, this is the problem of your mindset. Like, there's no way that you play so many games in Valorant where kills are more important than winning the rounds. You don't get in a match of Valorant to lose the game. You get in a match of Valorant to always fucking win. Surrender option doesn't exist. Leaving doesn't exist. Like, you just play it out and you try to do your best. Because if you have a quitter's mentality, you will always have that mentality. And that mentality will fuck you up in a long run. Like, that is why even when I have bad acts, when I have bad episodes, like, I still push through it. Fuck it. Even when I know that during a specific act, I'm not gonna get Radiant. Because of this or that or something, like, I'm gonna still push through it and try my best. Fuck it. At least I tried. If I didn't achieve it, like, we'll live to fight another day. But I'm not gonna have this mentality where I'm fighting to lose. I'm fighting to win. And in the worst case scenario, to draw out the match. Okay, bro. I'll stop. I'll stop. Yo, thank you for the raid, whoever it was. Okay, we need to focus on the VOD review.
Get on with it. No peeking.
It's pretty funny that he is the top fragger in this match, like, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my god, this play is actually annoying. I'm gonna blind.
As I already told you, if your teammates are fighting on mid, they wanna play on mid, play with them and fight with them. Period. Also, you know, if you see that your whole team is starting here, you have 3 teammates here. One guy needs to start on the sewers. Like, you know, if enemies bombard you here with a slow orb, nades, molotovs, like, enemies can take the mid control for free, and that's fucked up.
We run to A, okay?
Also, sometimes your crosshair placement is pretty questionable, I'm not gonna lie. Like, for example, here. What are you holding exactly like this? You're not playing Formula 1, Mario Kart, we're playing a FPS video game. Like, there is no way that you don't have a reaction time to kill the enemies here, but here.
Blind, we run to A, okay? Run.
Destabilizing.
Have one of these.
I just feel that, you know, in this match, agent that you play doesn't matter at all. Like, you should be more focused on how to counter the enemies, how to punish all of the mistakes that enemies were doing, and how to use your teammates a bit better. Yes, your smoke setups were terrible. Yes, some of your decision makings were terrible, but usually in this type of low elos, like, you don't need to win the games because you make a good play. You can just win a match by abusing the bad plays from the enemies.
Reloading. Drop in a smoke.
Please don't blame it. Please don't blame it.
Target down.
Spike carriers down.
This is the reason why I told you, like, I really don't know if you're already playing a character such as Clove, and you're gonna play with your team. Why are you not the guy carrying the spike? With a spike, you can control what your teammates do. Tell them where to go.
Spike down.
Please don't blame it. Please don't blame it.
Target down.
Spike carriers down.
But what you do here is gonna be very important for the rest of this round. Like, most of the players right now will fight heavily on mid alone. And they will pick any fight that comes across. But a good player will reset here. Let them take the spike. Let them take the mid. It's okay. We need to wait for our teammates to do something in A-main. Like, our protagonist, only thing that he needs to do right now in this 4v4 is just chill in the sewers, and maybe with a few jiggle picks try to get a kill on mid. Distract the enemies as much as you can while your teammates are working up through the A-main area of the map, and once they take the vents, once they come close to you, we have plenty of time to close out this round. Plus, we need one of the smokes, you know, to actually retake the spike.
Spike
Spike.
down. Mid.
Get the spike. Get the spike.
The worst thing he can do right now is just stay wide open here, where the enemies can push through this smoke, kill him from the B main, like, wait for this smoke to disappear, play a bit more passively, take some cover, and then we live to fight another day.
We need to get the spike.
Drop in a smoke.
When I said we needed one smoke, I kinda meant to cover the angles from which enemies can kill us. You know, right now, you know, when you're going for this spike, you're fully exposed from here, 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 here. Like, the perfect smoke right now would be something like this. Like, just covering the vents, mid, and you can just isolate this duel and this duel with the enemies. Whenever you need to retrieve the spike from somewhere or go through some area of the map, you should be using your smokes to cover as many different angles, soft angles, and crossfire positions from which enemies can kill you at that moment of time. Unless spike is close to you and you can just pick it up like with a smoke.
Go, we need to
Oh, this was so lucky. But this was something that we were already expecting. We were expecting this B-main push. Enemies were always pushing A-main, B-main. We need to expect this shit. If enemies for 10 rounds in a row did it.
It's on the map, bro. You see on.
But as I said, our protagonist only needed to do one thing. Wait for his team. Apply the pressure and maybe get a safe kills.
Oh my god, 80, bro. 80 on him.
Also, what would be a good idea if you start telling your teammates to wait for your smokes when you die as a Clove? Because for an example here, if you just told your Jet that you're gonna give him a smoke in 2 seconds, you can literally give him this one way, he can pick up the spike, Fade cannot peek that angle, and that's it.
Oh my god.
Last round in the half.
ISO, do you want to leave mid?
It's the last round of a match. Maybe we get something better. We have money for a heavy shield, but I guess we're saving money for the crypto downfall. I went from bronze to platinum in a month as a new Valorant mouse and keyboard player. I'm in Clove, but it feels like I don't have much impact. In platinum, I feel like I have to force fights even when I know where the enemies will push. But that is basically the Clove. Clove is always gonna be the worst version of Omen. Like, Clove is for the players that... Clove is not a main agent. Clove is a fill agent. Agent that you play when you don't want to learn Omen. And that's it. She's never gonna give you more options than Omen, for an example. Or any other S tier or A tier agent. So... if you're placed... Alice, thank you for tier 1, man, and for 20 months in a row, bro. Muchas gracias! I'm more of an outplay focused passive player. Outplay focused passive player. I mean, most of my time, so I try to lurk, but my team dies and doesn't play for retake or wait for me to flank. That's also really bad, man. Like, basically, in ranked solo queue, I'm just gonna give you one tip here, because I need to focus on the VOD review. In ranked solo queue, if you play 24 rounds in a match, there is maximum 3 rounds where you lurk, flank, or do something alone. Literally maximum. But every round, or most of the rounds, trying to do something alone in ranked solo queue, in platinum, and letting your teammates do whatever the fuck they want to do, alone, you're not gonna have a fun time. And you're gonna stay platinum for a long time.
Just don't peek, like, yeah.
Oh, bro!
Don't go, man, please.
I love that the call out on the attacker side is just don't peek.
Raze is already there, behind box.
Behind the box. Be careful. Wait. I can blind.
Say you.
One tip that I'm probably gonna give you on a defender side a lot. Whenever you lose the control of certain area of the map for more than 3 seconds, 2-3 seconds, behave like the enemies will be there and can be there. What does that mean? Right now we need to clear the left angle. An enemy can literally be on the left side right now. We lost the info here for 3 seconds and more. Better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, 3 of them.
Intercept.
No peeking. Reloading. I have one of these.
Do you have them?
Listen, when you're playing Sheriff in the full buy rounds, where the enemies like have heavy shields, always try to position yourself in a way where you're primarily fighting enemies in between 0 and 30 meters. So that one headshot actually makes a difference. Like, for example, if we end up in a postman here, on the B set of split, like, you don't want to pick this type of a fight. That's too long. But fighting from this position is actually good. 30 meters. I mean, 20 meters. Bam. That guy is dead. 25 meters. That guy is dead. That guy is dead. Like, a lot of the players, like, play too passively with Sheriff. I mean, in this 3v5 example, we cannot play passively at all. You know, what would be the most optimal decision right now? To just run it down with the Jet. And use the Jet as a tool to maybe take some kills in the city. Maybe pick up some better guns than a Sheriff. And try to win this round. Playing passively in this postman against the Fade ultimate, Sage ultimate, Omen ultimate. Their whole squad. This is not gonna work. We're just gonna die if Jet doesn't do something crazy. But if the Jet dies alone now in the city... GG, well played, Cool Tigers.
Face your fear!
Last player standing.
GG, well played, Cool Tigers.
Sides.
Exclamation mark playlist. Okay. Now, that would be the attacker side. And we are somehow 3 hours and 10 minutes in this VOD review. You don't want to know what I do in my private coaching. You don't want to know like how I spend like 8 hours of my day every day. Okay, listen. Defender side of split. So, same as on the attacker side. Same as on the attacker side. Your default site, number 1 priority, A site. Number 2 priority, B site. Split is a fast rotation map in ranked solo queue. Meaning that you generally don't give a fuck about B site and A site control. What does that mean? That simply means that if you cannot stop the enemy's push alone in the full buy rounds, in the first round, you're never willing to die alone on the site trying to defend it. You're trying to get a kill by abusing some safe fights, safe angles, off angles, strategies, tactics. But if you make an advantage, or if you cannot make an advantage, leave the site, play the retake. It is totally fine on split playing 5v5 retakes 24/7. Better than putting your teammates in a position where they need to play 4v5, 3v4, 2v5, or some fucked up retakes every round. Now, next topic. On split, defending the B tower and A tower is far more important than keeping the control of A site and B site, especially in low elo. If you give to the enemy team A tower and B tower for free, it literally doesn't matter what we do on the bomb sites. Enemies open up multiple different choke points, routings through which they can fuck us up, and your teammates will just make even more mistakes than what, you know, they would usually make. For an example, if enemies are splitting the B site, you can leave the B site and help your teammates on tower, kill the enemies on mid, and we can easily play with an advantage or equal numbers the retake of the B site. But if your teammates on mid die and you are left alone on the site, you better be ready to one-tap 5 enemies or multiple enemies pushing you from 25 different positions at that moment of time, which is quite impossible. Then, generally speaking, on this map, if you have no idea where to position or where to start, you cannot read the enemies. Simply play B tower and play fast rotations between A set, B set, and mid. You know, B tower and vents is your fast rotations. But you should be investing some mental capacity into reading the enemies and trying to predict their next move. Now, the biggest mistake the players make on split is none of this. The biggest mistake is they play too passively. They give this area of the map, this area of the map, and this area of the map for free, without making a single contact with the enemies. If you're starting on the B site, the bare minimum you should do is jump spot the enemies here. if you already don't have the confidence to go for some kind of a fast jiggle peek or a dead zone peek. You don't need to commit to these fights. All you need to do is you can go for a simple pre-fire. You know? And that's it. Most of the times in low elo, you're not gonna die trying to do some shit like that. If we're starting on mid, we should be getting some information on mid. We cannot just start super passively, let the enemies walk up all the way here, and then they explode in our face. And our teammates didn't even start making a move on the opposite part of the map. So, now, how do we play the first round of split? With the Clove, I would, same as with the Omen, play a classic shorty on the A side. Why A side? A side is a bit harder for the retake than B, and it is your default side on this map. With the Clove, with every controller, I would repeat what I do with Omen. So what should we do? We can go for the classic shorty, 2 smokes and a pick-me-up strategy. You start the round here, get a shorty in the hands, drop this type of a cubby position smoke. When you hear the enemies pushing, play around this cubby position, dodge the enemy's recon abilities, get in, bam bam, pick me up, 150 HP, and now you can either over-aggress the enemies and try to surprise them, or focus on the enemies that are maybe behind you, if Jet maybe dashed in or raised satchel or some kind of a shit happened like that. If enemies are going B, pick up the classic pistol, you still have 2 smokes, you have pick me up, and we can still overheal, maybe pick up the ghost or sheriff from our dead teammates, dead enemies, and we can play the retake with 2 smokes anyways. And that's it. Personally, I wouldn't do anything else on Clove. This position here, as much as you want to avoid it on attacker side in the post plant, you want to avoid it on defender side as well. This is way too passive. We are giving the space for free in the A main area of the map. Like, if you already see that your Reyna at the start of the round is starting on the ramp, looking here, okay, you might as well play with that Reyna. In that case, get a classic light shield, 2 smokes and pick me up, or a ghost with 2 smokes, and be ready to fight with her. Or if you're already playing on site, hold this type of a crossfire with Reyna, and maybe Reyna can play on your contact. You just go for 1 bullet or 2 bullets, bap, and now Reyna can peek, and we can try to do something there. But you playing in this corner, while your Reyna is peeking the ramp.
Hey.
Do you mean B?
Reyna is... This is one of the funniest comms ever. Jet is saying A. Reyna says, do you mean B? And the Jet pushed the whole B main area of the map. And then the Jet dies immediately, like.
Oh shit! All B.
When you're rotating from location number 1 to location number 2, your crosshair should always be on the most probable angles from which enemies can kill you at that moment of time. I don't care if you're rotating with a knife out, with a gun out, with your penis out. Like, you do this. If you see an enemy, at least you have an option to do something like this. At least if you have a gun, you see the guy, you can stop, take a fight. But if you rotate like this, not only that you get killed from behind, but also you lose the information. What if an enemy, as you're doing this, right at this moment of time, you see the glimpse of the enemy there. Enemy is maybe gonna think that you didn't see him. You got the info. Now you're in a control of that fight. Maybe enemies are probably gonna try to slow push the aim and area of the map. And maybe you can try to go for some surprise peek. Get that guy out of the server. At least you're never losing information, if nothing else. Now, there is only one smoke setup we should be using at this moment of time. What is that smoke setup? Basically, this Scheiße. We should be using a smoke here and here to separate the enemies in two different fights.
Spike planted.
I mean, that smoke means literally nothing. Your teammates are fighting from rafters and under the rafters. If you already wanted to give them some smoke to protect them, I don't know what smoke that would be, to be honest. Like, maybe some smoke on site.
Last player
One way.
Spike planted.
And you should have been ready for this. Like, I mean, you know, enemies entered the B site long time ago. Like, already here, enemies from the site. We see the Sage moving in, Raze moving in, satcheling, like... Right now, if your teammate is going for some clutch play from the tower, he has 1v2, 1v3, some shit like that. Block the vision, at least on some angles from which he can die. Like, try to protect him from the crossfires. Allow him to live a happier life.
One enemy remaining.
Above him? Above him? Oh, we should have given him that information. We heard the guy. We'd have heard the guy on mid, bro. How to go to, do you make some coach tips for Ascended Immortal sometimes? Yes, like next week. Tomorrow we're doing a Platinum WOD review of Omen, I think, combined. And next week we're doing a Neon Immortal and one Ascendant guy, actually. Okay, listen. One tip that is set in stone for split. Second round of split, you always play on B tower. Always. And whenever enemies are eco hull by bonus on the attacker side of split, you always play on B tower. And focus yourself on defending the mid area of the map and the B side. Everything is explained in my ranked playbook. Why do we do this? So, in this second round, you lost the first round. Just play classic shorty here. Bait the enemies with a classic pistol to push you. Destroy their recon abilities. Pick up the shorty. Smoke yourself off. Now you can chill in this smoke, or maybe you can get onto this corner and try to surprise the enemies and trade yourself for as many kills as possible. If you already decide to play A site in this second eco round, play some classic shorty setup. But that is the beauty of all of the controllers. You can create classic shorty setup here with this type of a Kabi smoke. Classic shorty here with this type of a smoke. Why would you play with a classic pistol only? Like, shorty is so powerful in low elo. People never respect it.
Nice eyes all day.
Never.
No peeking.
Also, a very bad default smoke. Now, basically, your default smoke in the aim area of the map should always look like this. It should be all the way towards the enemies. Why? Because already here, enemies need to start with their execute. Already here, the enemy jet needs to dash in. They need to use the pop flashes. I mean, in low elo, it's probably not gonna matter at all. But it's a good habit to keep for every other rank in Valorant. For example, enemies are doing a 5-man push through B. Your default smoke should look like this. Like, enemies need to go through this corridor here, where your teammates can still bombard them with utilities, split them apart, maybe get some collats if they peek, you know, from the site. But if you give your teammates this type of a smoke during the enemies execute, they don't see the enemies here, an enemy jet, Omen, or whoever the fuck, they go from the execute here. And they have more range to take the site. Enemy KO needs to use the flashes from here. It's easier to use the flashes and utility recon abilities to take the space. It's easier to flush through the smoke. This angle here, like, I don't know if there is a single round or scenario when you play this position in on the A set of Split. Maybe in some crossfire setup with a teammate that is there, or if you're playing Cypher with some crazy setups, or Vice, I don't know, like. But this is a really bad spot.
No.
Especially with a classic pistol.
No peeking.
Listen, if you have a classic pistol, always try to let the enemies come at you. The only consistent way to get kills here is with a triple shot. So if you're already pushed all the way back into the elbow, stay here, go for a jiggle pick, wait for the enemies to push you and try to kill them like this. Move a bit from the wall, do this, again. That's your only way to get the kills. I mean, not the only, but the best way, I would say.
See ya.
What type of smoke we should give to our Jet? Some kind of a one-way. To block off the enemy's vision on the site, so Jet doesn't need to focus on so many different angles. Right now, we can just do this smoke, so the enemies cannot peek the Jet from the backset and from the screens. And she can just focus on the elbow and the right peek.
No peeking.
That smoke just gives the enemies more options to play around it and to fuck up your Jet.
What do we learn by fighting ourselves?
Please wake up. GG.
So, in the third round of Split, how do we position? We can position based on enemy's economy, based on our economy, and based on the enemy's pattern of pushing. So, first round, enemies went B. Second round, enemies pushed A. And in this third round, enemies are playing a bonus round. So, everything is indicating that enemies will do either some kind of a B split, mid control, or B push. Where do we start? On the B tower.
I'm shutting the fuck up.
Oh my.
Why are you making all here?
Who would have guessed it? That enemies are gonna go B. Me not.
Multiple enemies B. Drop in a smoke.
Heal. Okay.
Drop in a smoke.
Sage, don't die. Sage, please don't die.
We need to be super careful now with this smoke, man. Like, when you're rotating through mid, if you ever choose this rotation through the vents, clear every single angle as deep as you can. Like, we're wasting a lot of time here. This position does not exist for you. Like, this spot you play when you have a smoke here, maybe if you're playing some crossfire setup. Otherwise, if you're alone on mid, this position doesn't exist. You're in a huge angle perception disadvantage, and every single player that clears you from this wall will see you 10 times faster than you see him. That is another no bueno position on a defender's side of Split. I personally don't remember last time when I played it, in that shit spot. Especially if you're alone on mid. Why are you consistently putting yourself in the spots where your first fight needs to be your last fight? Why? Especially when you have a 5v4 numbers advantage. Why does this need to be my first and last fight in a match? It doesn't have to. Like, okay, my teammates are stopping the enemy's push through B-men. That's fine. That's good. You wanna stay on mid? Just stay in vents. And just do this. That's it. He has some chance if they forget to check him. That's too much of a gamble. Even for a silver elo.
Might be rushing.
Mid.
Oh, he actually peeked. You ping this without a smoke? And alone? I can respect the confidence. But what now, brother, huh? What now? How the fuck are we gonna get out of here? Maybe by killing all of the enemies? Also, I need to ask, like, how do you have light shield right now? You saved in a second round. How the fuck do you have a light shield? You're playing a third full buy round.
What do we learn?
You have 4,200 credits. What do we buy? Vandal, heavy shield, and second smoke. Fuck the medal! In the rounds where the enemies are playing bonus, eco, hull buy, some kind of a shit like that. Heavy shield, guns over anything else.
Mid.
Sigma 5 taps, let's go.
Here, catch.
Come on, boy.
Refreshing.
That's one way to do it. Now listen, like, as I already said, on the attacker's side, you leave a certain position or certain area of the map for a very long period of time. If you don't know where are all of the enemies, behave like someone can and will be there and everywhere. We need to check right now the ramp, the tower, everything, one angle at a time.
No peeking. Healing you.
Cheers.
I need. Okay, thank you.
I mean, if you already wanted to do this, why did you do that smoke? I mean, if your idea was already to take the full ramp control, do this,
Drop in a smoke.
and now your teammates from the site can help you out and play the crossfire with you.
I can't use that.
He needed it more than you.
I think we.
Someone go.
On the A.
When you're holding this angle, try to hold it a bit more diagonally. Like, it's better to hold these deep angles, like this. But you have some space on the right side. You're just harder target to kill, predict with a proper crosshair placement and peek. And not only that, why do we want to hold this type of one and done angles always in a diagonal way? Because once you finish the first fight, this gap here leaves you space to reset for the second fight, and now once again, with a peeker's advantage and with your own peek, you can take a second fight. If you just get stuck here, you're pretty much stuck. Two enemies can peek you at the same moment of time, and you don't have anywhere to reset the fight and try to be a bit more unpredictable target to kill. Another problem, you get in a 1v1 fight with the enemy here. It is much easier for the enemy to predict your next move with his crosshair. You have only two options, crouch and left. Enemies don't need to think about this or this.
Yeah, B, guys.
30 seconds left.
It's alright, we've got
Spike
numbers.
planted.
I know it. I know it.
She knows. She knows. Yuna, is that you?
Yeah, 40, like. We got this.
Not ready yet.
Okay, one guy side, one guy beam in.
No peek.
Good smoke. Listen, like, if you're using ropes in Valorant to drop down, always use the fast drop. All you need to do is hold shift and press E at the bottom. And that's it. Not only that you drop fast, but you also drop silently. So, shift, E at the bottom, and now we're down. But in this example, you don't even need to use the ropes. Like, I mean, you know that one guy is there, one guy is here, like... I don't know. Okay, enemy moment teleported. Ball backside.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, so first round, B. Second round, A. Third round, B. Where do we play? A side. Okay. So, how do we need to play this round right now? We can go for a pre-fire. Or some kind of a surprise peek, same as the enemies were doing. But without too many commitments. You know. No commitments, I know that you have a wife, but... Even better. Even better that you have a wife, you cannot commit to this shit. So, basically, you start the round, instantly just go for a pre-fire like this. On the most common position where the enemies can peek, can play. We can pre-aim here, and just do a dead zone peek with 2 to 3 bullets, and go back. You reveal the enemies, potentially apply some damage, you can instantly reset yourself, maybe hold this angle or go for another shot, smoke yourself off, and then position however the fuck you want. On the bomb site. Mark really like think Mark, think, you know. Fucking Omni-Man, bro. Mark really took that advice of playing retakes quite literally.
Drop in a smoke.
The problem right now, like, we have no information at all. Like, enemies can already be ramp, aiming, like, what is this positioning, bro?
Stuff A.
So, what is your main job on a defender side of every map? Your main job is to have information get as much information as possible about the enemies, based on the current round, the economy, previous rounds, everything. Second job is to abuse as many off angles, safe angles, short fights, strategies as possible before you end up in some kind of a 50-50 fight, or before you end up on a retake. We want to apply as much damage as possible, take as many kills as possible before we end up here.
No peeking.
No, if I was you, right now I would just play the retake. I would go onto the tower with the Reyna, try to regain the tower and ramp control, and just wait for my teammates to play retake together. Bro, I just watched an old VOD of yours, Updrift again. He said, and Sky was waiting for flash refill. Brother, I don't remember the games that I played yesterday, to be honest. The only clip that I remember of myself is the 5 ace on split with the Omen. When I did the TP strategy with the one-way smoke. On split B side.
LA.
Have one of
Only
these. Refreshing.
Okay.
Ray's going mid.
All of this that you did here, mega dangerous, mega unnecessary. It would have been better if you just took the full ramp control back, kill the enemies on ramp, kill the enemies in vents, kill the enemies on tower, and then play a retake. Also here,
Have one of
you see something is happening there. There's a shadowy shadow. Shadowy shadow. That's Omen, bro. We should be ready for that fight.
these.
We cannot swing this wide if there's like multiple enemies coming through the choke points. Overexposure is something that's really fucking you up. And you need to figure out better ways to take these fights one at a time. Instead of whole Avenger squad is ready to kill us. And somehow they don't kill him.
Refreshing.
Okay.
Ray's going mid.
One enemy
My ult is
remaining.
ready.
Spike down A.
On site.
I thought he was gonna use the ultimate. Okay.
Spike.
Okay, watch here. I'm watching.
Drop in a smoke.
What the fuck is that smoke? Wait. So, enemy fade. Right now is in the CT.
Bro, he's there.
On this place, on this place.
And you give him the smoke to cross into the bomb site through elbow. And to surprise your teammates from the site. Listen here. In this situation, it is better to not use a single smoke. Just let your teammates take a 2v1 fight. They will have higher chances of winning this for you. What did the Faye do?
Drop in a smoke.
Okay, she went for a peek
Okay,
before the
watch here,
smoke.
I'm watching.
Drop in a smoke.
Whew! Listen, generally speaking, when you're 2v1, 3v1, 4v2, you limit your utility usage only to necessary. You know, like, for example, if you can do some one-way smoke to fuck up the enemies, so they cannot peek you from an angle like that, that's okay. You want to... doing default smokes to prevent enemies from pushing something or peeking something on timing, that's also okay. But dropping some weird smokes like this, that gives an enemy an option to do this, go here, surprise your teammates on timing. Or basically, using the smokes that can allow the enemies to outplay you based on timing or... based on timing, basically, is just stupid. Fuck this shit. Don't use them at all. Okay, so, first round B, second round A, third round B, fourth round A. Play on B tower. Right now we can actually fight for the mid control. For an example. We can start the round, you know, maybe together with our teammates on mid. We can do the one-way smoke on the left side, take the full mid control, and that's it. If enemies are going B, we're immediately there. And yeah. If enemies are already so predictable, let's use that against them. Usually, in ranked solo queue on split, when you see that enemies have these big ultimates, Breach ultimate, Fade ultimate, Killjoy ultimate, usually it's gonna be a B push. That is another thing that we can use as a tool to read the next step of the enemies. So far, I was right 4 out of 5 times. Simple rules to follow. And as long as you follow these rules on the defender's side, you will be predicting enemies 60 to 80% of time, which is very important on the defender's side. You want to control the rounds. You want to be the first contact with the enemies. You want to be there with your teammates fighting the enemies. You don't want to play the retakes 24/7. And learn... Like, what are you going to learn in Valorant if you're just playing 1v5 retakes every round? Nothing. Okay. Good rotation. You know, right now you should just rotate on B tower. Okay, rotation was fine. It's okay. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. But right now we should play with the Reyna. You know, 3 of your teammates are holding the B main push. Reyna is holding mid. Let's hold. You know, also on the defender side, one thing that you should be asking yourself. Yo, Arian, what's man? One thing that you should be asking yourself is, if X thing happens, what should be the... What is a usual Y response from the enemies? You know, usually in your elo, if you stop the enemies push somewhere and fully delay them, their next step is to turn onto the closest area of the map at that moment of time. So, right now we should be expecting some fights on mid and our Reyna dying in the next 5 seconds.
Hey there, rotating. I'm going in. Stay on site. Stay 3B.
Your position on the defender side is so dangerous, and so like you're losing so much information for your team. I mean, if you already rotated here, but at least let's regain back the information. Let's Let's jump spot this. Aha, no one is ramp. Reyna is here. Reyna, come. Let's take the ramp control. You know? But we should still be scared that there might be a timing where one enemy lurks like this and one guy can be on the side. So we take a ramp control, we can leave the Reyna there, and we just check the CT, and we can check the whole side back. I mean, as I said, we can just play a 5v5 retake, but if your Reyna is doing this, you need to follow up the Reyna. It's actually a good play. Take the ramp back, re-clear the A site. That's it.
Might commit now.
Yeah, they're gonna commit now, definitely.
We can just go.
What the fuck was that?
They pushed them.
Okay, wall on mid dropped. Very good that we're going on B tower, because we need to take the full B tower control now. This is one of the rare moments of time where I will fight for my life. For certain space and area of the map. Generally speaking on split, like, as long as you don't have some kind of an advantage, you want to fight for B tower and A tower with your life. You don't want to do some stupid play or a dumb play, but you should try to do something there. Like right now, we're playing Clove. We're 8 seconds away from a smoke. We can, you know, jiggle pig this, get the info, ba ba boo ba ba ba. We have a medal, we can drop the medal, push the enemies back, then peek, smoke this. Maybe get behind this position, like, I don't know, still we can play here, like, and wait to see what enemies are gonna do. We also have the ultimate, so even if you die, you have a second life. But as I said at the beginning, the best idea, once your Reyna took the ramp control, was just to keep the ramp control, re-clear the A site, and then see what's gonna happen next.
Yes, I almost put smokes down.
But also, if you did what I told you to do right now, Raze would not have killed your Sage, and we would be... What, 4 versus 4? No, 3 versus 4. That's a bit unlucky, I'm not gonna lie.
Spike planted.
Party's over.
Crosshair placement is for the enemy's penis. There is an upper ground here. You're on the lower ground. So your crosshair should be here. You can use, you know, you can use boxes and objects to have a better crosshair placement in Valorant. And your teammates as well. Like, you know, enemies are as high as this box. So basically, the highest crosshair placement right now for this position should be this. If enemies are not on top of the box. So a good gamble right now is to maybe have a crosshair here. Like this. It's like in the middle.
You plum.
Last player standing.
Actually, this round is winnable. Not anymore. Okay, so A, B, C, D, E, F, G. But in this round we have a problem. The problem is, like, they still have a Fade ultimate. They still have a Raze ultimate. And there is a huge chance this is gonna be a B push. B push. So where do we position? We can just play in the vents. And play fast rotations between A and B. Also, in this round, saving is stupid. 3 of you guys can full buy. I would full buy in this round, to be honest. Like, getting back from a 12-6 deficit in low elo is almost impossible. Not because it's impossible in terms of winning the rounds and getting it back, but mentally your teammates are gonna give up when they see a number 12 up there. Listen, I'm gonna share with you a lot of private coaching videos that are gonna fully fix your problems with your positioning on a defender's side. And you need to apply this shit. You're starting way too passively. losing enormous amount of information and an enormous amount of angles on which you can maybe get a kill. Okay, you want to play with the Spectre here. We can still use some aggressive strategy, cubby position smoke, even with the Spectre. Start here, get this contact, like try to kill the first enemy. Enemies are pushing in, use a cubby smoke, dodge the enemy's utility. Yes, that's how you shoot with a Spectre. Whenever you need to gamble on split, you don't know if enemies are gonna go B or A. Start around the vents. You play fast rotations. In this round, it was 50-50 that enemies are gonna go either B or A because of ultimate status.
I know.
Now, which smoke we give to our ISO depends if the ISO lives his life. So, whenever your teammates are stuck at the backside, here, this smoke is very important. And if you have only one smoke, just give them this smoke. If you have two smokes, just do a regular shut up. Oh yeah, you don't have a second smoke because you... How you don't have a second smoke? Oh, you didn't buy it. You didn't buy a second... Why you didn't buy a second smoke?
Run.
As I already said, if you have one smoke, do it in this position. Also, when you're playing against the team that has a Sage, if enemies are already gonna do an execute, and your teammates are not fighting for this space aggressively, give them this smoke. Because 99% of times, enemy Sage will do a wall here. And enemies will just be fully blocked. You know, with a Sage wall here, this is just an extension of a B main area of the map. And you allow your ISO to have multiple different options. He can maybe get in a smoke, try to surprise the enemies and trade yourself for a few kills. He can maybe go back at the backside and surprise the enemies from here. Go, you know, you get the point. I don't know how ISO lived his life for so long. Now, this peek that you did here was horrible. Like, on the minimap you see that enemies are there. Like, why do you engage the enemies with the W key? Like in Valorant, like whenever you're peeking the enemies in this type of a fight, the only thing that exists for you on the keyboard is A and D. And yes, with the Spectre, I do want to close the gap with the enemies as much as I can. But we're always using some kind of a cover to do that. You know, we can just go all the way here, avoid this fight completely, throw the medal at the enemy, so now... kill them. But whenever you engage the enemies, just with a W key, you're such an easy target to kill, and that should never happen to you.
Fuck.
Okay, so... another thing that you should observe when you're starting your rounds on the defender's side is you need to predict. You need to predict what your teammates are gonna do before that shit even happens, based on the minimap. So, right now, we need to be Nostradamus and think 2 steps ahead. Our Reyna is looking towards the ramp. She looks very aggressive. She looks like she's gonna fight there. If she fights, we're cooked. If she dies alone there. If she doesn't fight, it doesn't matter. Anyways, we took the ramp control, we took A main control, and that's it. We can rotate on mid. Or B tower. Why do you position yourself like this on a defender's side? Every round you're starting in spawn. And this map on a defender's side is a semi-aggressive map. Like every single one of these choke points works in a favor of a defender side players. Like, instead of learning how to smoke and learning how to play retakes, you should be learning how to properly use a dead zone pre-fire here, how to properly take the mid control and fight on all of these angles against the enemies, and how to do some kind of a shit like this in aim and area of the map as well, like diagonal dead zone peek with a pre-fire.
Here to stay.
Yes, you're gonna die 1 million times, but 1 million and first time you will start getting the shots and getting the kills. That's what enemies were doing against you when you were on the attacker side, and they were always getting the kills and fucking up your teammates. And that was a good thing that enemies did on attack. On defense. Oh, thank you, God. Oh,
No peeking.
yeah, she survived. Our guy really took that that retake advice quite literally. Are you still up? Sleep schedule is fucked. Well, I usually go to sleep at 2 or 3 a.m. and like I coach a lot of players from North America, and basically like very rarely I go to sleep before 5 or 4.
Still in sight.
No peeking. Have a kit.
Spike planted.
Here. Catch. What a combo.
Okay, Omen should be there as well because we saw the paranoia.
Oh,
One enemy remaining.
We should have been ready for that fight. You saw the utility.
That's 3.
Last player standing.
she's one shot.
You do more high-low coaching next week. Tomorrow we have a Platinum VOD, and next week we have like one Immortal, one Ascendant.
You can smoke the...
Make it happen, leave it.
And the week after that we're gonna like do some Radiant VOD reviews. Listen here, man. You're already playing a controller. If you have a smoke the spike and half defuse it. And enemies will be forced to push you or make some kind of a mistake. But always try to half defuse the spike before you get in some kind of a fight like this.
She's one shot.
You can smoke.
You know, you should have tried half defusing the spike here first, and then surprising the Sage and taking a fight.
Make it happen, leave it. Leave it. On your left. I'll smoke.
Dropped in a smoke.
You didn't make it, huh?
Well, that's just
Look, when I'm
bad.
trying to clutch, the last thing I need is some dickheads in my ear talking absolute fucking bullshit.
Jesus. All I can hear is you. It's either left. Blah, blah, blah.
We're trying to help, bro.
We move in.
It's not helping, it's distracting you, knob.
Oh,
Absolutely.
honestly, I know why they say fucking had a go at you two. Jesus Christ.
Valid crash out with his teammates, to be honest. Valid crash out. Oh, I said I'm a member on your main channel. How do you get access to ranked playbooks? Connect your YouTube account to your Discord account in the Discord settings, and you will get an automatic roll for the playbook. Deserved. Valid. This one is valid.
Nice.
But this should not distract us from a fact that in the next round enemies are gonna go B, and we are playing on fucking A site.
That was a mistake.
Like, you know, in this next round, chances that enemies go B is super high, like basically above 80%. So even with Clove, we can do some kind of a setup like this. We can put a smoke here, and we can use that smoke as a one-way to fuck up the enemies from this angle. Do you think low elo players know what this smoke is for? Do you think this guy is gonna predict that you're there? No. You just start around here, you hear the first footstep, get ready with this type of a smoke on top of the box, hold this angle, voila. Bap, 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 bap. Easy kill. Then we can reposition. Enemies are pushing in. A regular smoke after this one. Maybe we drop a medal onto them. Kill them more and that's it. Also, this smoke is great if you want to play aggressively in the eco and halberd rounds. Like, basically, you can do this smoke instantly. Get into the smoke with a stinger, shotgun, bucky or something. Play on this part of the smoke. And you can surprise enemies on timing and kill them. Much better idea than what enemy Omen did with this type of a shit. They're gonna go B definitely, like. Oh, maybe not. Maybe you're wrong.
No peeking.
You don't wanna fuck. Like, listen, if you have a crossfire with your teammates, Frost, 10 minutes maximum. Maximum 10 minutes. Be ready, brother. Be ready, bro. Surprise, motherfucker! Thank you for a tier 1 sub, Frost, and thank you for 32 months, brother. So, why do you like to fuck up yourself so much? Brother, you're not a hermaphrodite. You have a wife and kids. Like, if you have a crossfire setup with your teammates, you never smoke off yourself or your teammates so we don't play on a proper refray game. You want to hold this type of a crossfire setup. You want to let the enemies push through this smoke and just obliterate them. Multiple times you did this during your gameplay, where you cut off yourself or your teammates from playing some kind of a crossfire. Don't do that. Like, if you have a perfect crossfire setup, use it. You can play from this spot. Your teammates are holding this spot. Enemies come. They cannot come. They cannot come. Like, they're dead if they push through here.
So, haven't committed yet though.
Now, look at this. Your Reyna is here. Your Iso is here. Your Sage is here. What are you holding? Absolutely fucking nothing. Like, that's your problem on a defender's side. Like, there's enormous amount of wasted time, wasted gameplay in your positioning, where like you're holding an angle where enemies cannot be, or holding an angle where you cannot fight with your teammates.
Same B.
Oh.
Bro, what isn't Ray's VODs coming in your channel? Listen, man, like, when it comes to these live VOD reviews, free VOD reviews, and tier 3 sub VOD reviews, which VOD reviews I do completely depends on what people submit. Like, I'm never gonna pick VODs based on the agents and stuff like that. But in the future, as I already mentioned, starting from the 2 weeks from now, I will be doing 2 Radiant VOD reviews every month. We're gonna pick an agent, a player, same as we did with Exter, if you remember 2 months ago. So, like, there is a 300% of chance that until the end of this year, I'm gonna do probably Jing on Raze. Because Agent is still S tier, Jing is amazing Raze player, and I wanna see what, you know, what he is doing and how he plays.
I come rafters here, we've got no one watching up there.
Nice. Oh my god.
You got it, you got it.
Spike planted.
Look at that, enemies actually planted the spike on B. Woo! Now we need to clear every angle one at a time. And we need to be fast with it. We need to scale up. We need to check left. Very good. Check right, check left. Left first, then right. Check left up. No, the smoke now. Okay, we didn't die. We didn't die. Check right, check left, check left. Be ready for a fight. Heal, heal, heal. That smoke is absolutely pointless in this setup, but whatever. Check. We didn't check anything. One enemy is probably left. One enemy is probably right. We need to use a medal for something. Okay, then they're both right.
Last player standing. One
Okay,
friendly
right.
remaining.
Again.
Basically here, you know, if you're already playing a 2v3 retake, don't be so fast on the smokes. Don't waste them. Like most of the times, if you're in a numbers disadvantage, you'll have to use that smoke for the spike. So we can drop on it, half defuse it, and maybe win the round. Like this smoke in the beam and does nothing. We're playing a 2v3 retake. And you should wait a bit. You know, clear these angles first, get close to the website, get close to the bomb site, and then drop a smoke. You know, here, if you smoke the spike, and you just jumped into that smoke to half defuse it, your ISO kills the Sage, we half defuse the spike maybe. Easy round for us.
Standing.
Honestly,
Okay, overall... Oh, I need to see this trash talk.
Not here. Not yet.
honestly, you two need a fucking
Attackers
chill
win.
pill. Jesus Christ.
Valid criticism. Valid criticism. Okay, let's take a look at his tracker and let's wrap it up. So, your overall playtime is more than enough during these acts to see some significant improvements. Keep that in mind. 57, 73, 48, 48. More than enough for you to get even platinum. Now, when it comes to your agents, let's talk about that first. Agents that you play right now have absolutely no reasoning, no impact in why the fuck you're silver. At all. It's purely your game knowledge, decision making, team play, and mechanical skill. Now, with that being said, agents such as Clove is something that I would keep in your roster. Like, I would actually keep Clove in your roster, but as a fill agent. But what you really need to start learning on Clove is proper smoke setups and proper default setups on every single map and for every situation. You go on my Discord server, you go to the agent guides here, you open the Omen playbook, and only focus on the best smoke setups for executes, retakes, and post plants. Default smokes. No one-ways, no outplays, no nothing. Now, second agent that I would recommend to you. So I already said, Astra, no bueno. Breach, definitely not. After seeing this, Breach, no. Brimstone, no reason. Fuck it. Now, Chambers here. Cypher, definitely not. Like, God knows what I'm gonna see on Cypher. Deadlock, no. Fade, fuck the Fade. Gecko, maybe. Harbor, no. ISO, maybe. Jet, maybe. KO, no. Killjoy, no. Neon, no. Omen, definitely not, based on your playtime. Phoenix, maybe. Raze, maybe. Reyna, no. Sage, no. Sky, no. Sova, no. And all of this, no. So these agents don't exist for you right now. Now, what I would kind of consider when it comes to you is this type of a roster, and those would be Clove, Phoenix, and Gecko. So this roster, I think, would be really beneficial for you, considering how much playtime you have and on what type of problems you need to work and in which type of elo you're playing right now. Now, ISO is an agent and chamber that I would put in a consideration bracket. Because with these two agents, you will have to play a bit more aggressively. You will have to be a bit more upfront. You will have to fight a bit more. And if you already say that your mechanics are your biggest strength, then surprisingly they are. You know, like, your gunplay is terrible with different weapons. But raw mechanics are fine for a silver gold player. Like, you deserve to be, based on your mechanical skill there. Jet and Raze would be a consideration somewhere in the future. Maybe when you you know, fix your game knowledge, mechanical skill, and other stuff on a bit higher level. But what I would really try and consider for the next, like, 3 months is just sticking with Clove, Phoenix, and Gecko for some time. Now, why Phoenix and not ISO or Chamber, for an example? Considering how you play and in which lobbies you play, I think that agents such as Phoenix would be very beneficial for you as a player. It will force you to play more with your teammates. You'll have more options to support your teammates. You'll also have tools to do some executes, which with Chamber and ISO you don't really have that much as you have with a Phoenix. And Phoenix is basically a Clove duelist. I mean, Clove is a Phoenix duelist, basically. So these two agents kind of share some similarities, and they're not too far apart. Now, why Gecko? Gecko because when you play Clove, for an example, you're too separated from your teammates. And considering how you play the game, Gecko will force you even more to play around your allies, and will give you more self-sustainability for the stuff that where you excel at this moment of time. So, I would highly advise you to consider remaining these 3 agents for the next 3 months. And just them. If they are not working, try Chamber and ISO. And then in the future, I can see you playing Jet and Raze maybe. After Platinum, Diamond, at that skill level. Now, with that being said, the first thing that we need to focus on when it comes to your improvement is your game knowledge. Like, you need to spend 20 to 30 minutes of your day going through all of the materials that I'm gonna share with you after this VOD review. And I'll tell you exactly what to focus on and, you know, what you need to observe. Second thing is, obviously, we need to find some kind of a short warm-up and aim training for you. You don't have time to play both aim training and warm-up. Warm-up should be your aim training, and we'll figure it out. Third focus should be decision-making and team play. Unfortunately, we didn't do any private coaching. We just did one VOD review, so I cannot help you with this in a long run. But anyways, on my second YouTube channel, you have 160 free VOD reviews that I did. Pick them apart a bit, like try to observe some of these scenarios. At the end of the day, just take a look at my Jet Rank playbook on Discord server, because you need to get better when it comes to your macro and micro gameplay on every single map in Valorant. How you played Split, how you path on Split, how you position on Split is fundamentally terrible. And I don't think that there's gonna be any difference how you play Gecko, ISO, Jet, Raze, or any other agent on Split. You're just fundamentally playing Split wrong. Now, when it comes to all of the other fundamental mistakes, when it comes to peeking the enemies, taking fights, positioning on a defender's side, I'm gonna share with you 3 hours of private coaching videos where all of these topics will be wrapped up and explained in depth. Why I cannot do that right now? Because it's gonna take me another 3 hours to explain that on stream. And that's why I have 100 hours of pre-recorded private coaching content, so I'm not repeating myself 24/7. Now, with that being said, there's no reason to look at your tracker. Like, literally, I don't give a like, this is not telling me anything that I didn't see during this VOD review. Number one thing, your knowledge needs to be better. Fundamental knowledge, like how you should play Valorant. Spacing between your allies. That basic level positioning. What should you do on different maps? Economy management, at the end of the day. When it comes to the mechanical skill, as I said, like, all of your mechanics can be better, obviously. From crosshair placement to everything. But what you really suffer with, or suffer from, is proper crosshair placement and proper movement during a fight, and proper gunplay. Gunplay with different weapons is Jesus Christ. You know, Spectre, you're a turret. Bulldog, ADS doesn't exist. Then, I don't know, like, with Sheriff, you're okay. I mean, it's a one-tap weapon, like, you cannot make that many mistakes, to be honest. So, we need to work on that. Better gunplay with different weapons. Now, when it comes to like, actually, let me take a look at this. But yeah, we can stick with Clove. Gecko, you only played one match, it doesn't matter. But as I said, like if at any moment of time you see that this squad is not working for you, or some of these agents are not working, feel free to replace them with one of these. But another thing that I would recommend to you, don't try to main more than 3 agents at the same time. Like out of these 3 picks, 2 should be your main and 1 flex. For an example, Clove can be your flex fill pick, while Phoenix and Gecko should be mains on the maps where they are good. You know, I mean, at your skill level, it doesn't matter, you can play them on any map. But for example, Phoenix really excels on, let's say, Bind over these 2 picks. Corrode for Phoenix is amazing. Then like Sunset and Split are also pretty good for Phoenix. You get the point. Now, as I said, I'll contact you through private messages. I'll tell you in which order to focus on soaking in all of the content that I'm gonna share with you. Which aim training and warm-up you should do. I need some time for the aim training and warm-up, because I cannot share just something out of my anal cavity immediately. I want to take a look at this VOD review one more time, and then I'm gonna give some good shit for you. Short Kovacs training that is like around 10 minutes, and a good focus in deathmatch, team deathmatch, practice range, and stuff like that. So, we'll figure out the plan for you. I'm gonna share that plan for you for the next 2 months. You're gonna have a 2-month plan. You're gonna stick to that plan for 2 months, and then in 2 months from now, we'll see what is the next step for you. When it comes to decision making and all of the other stuff, like, or explaining certain sequences, that would be really beneficial for you, but I don't do that through these live VOD reviews. Like, you know, that's why when people get my private coaching, they have my 24/7 support for the rest of their life, and, you know, they can abuse the shit out of me for forever with the clip reviews and questions. But yeah, I think this should be more than enough for you. If you follow all of these advices, if you follow the training that I give you, if you properly apply the tips and rules through private coaching videos, brother, you will be platinum in the next 2 months if you play 2 to 3 games every single day on top of that. I don't see a reason why your goal should be platinum. You cannot imagine what type of players I coached in this game. Like, there are so many players that I was ripping my hair apart to figure out how to help them out. Some players that don't have hands, arms, and eyes, and they got platinum and above. You are not that type of player. You have hands, you have eyes, but we need to work on other problems. Mainly brain related and team play related, to be honest. Okay, that's been enough. 4 hours and 30 minutes tier 3 sub VOD review. I think I've done enough for this one. Thank you for watching. Leave a like, subscribe, leave a comment, join my Discord server for coaching, or just hang out with us, you know, join the streams as well. Like, I discuss other topics as well. Yeah, thank you for watching. I love you all. See you in the next one.